Hello everyone, welcome back to another Pokemon stream, your first Pokemon stream, whatever it is. Hello, and welcome on in. I am kind of gonna take it easy today. Safri, hello, welcome on in. Savage, hello. Guys, I think I hurt my throat like literally 5 minutes ago. I think I have to take it a little bit easy today. Also, I need to just get one thing done on my phone. Yeah, we're doing solid. Yeah, seeing from that intro you did, I could tell. Yeah, basically, this happened 5 minutes ago. Let me explain. Okay. So, thank you, Safri. Okay, so let me explain what happened here. So, I was basically like messing around with Bruno in the kitchen, and we were both like, he started doing this like Dragon Ball Kamehameha situation thing where he goes like, yeah. So I copied him and I did the same thing, but I had a water bottle in my hand. I was gonna throw the water bottle at him. When he did like this, I would do this and actually throw the water bottle at him. So we were doing this in the kitchen, except that, yeah, we were pretending to be super powerful super science in the kitchen. quite we are children. But yeah, so I was gonna throw the water bottle at. Instead of just standing there and going like, rah, he ran towards me, pushed me up against the window and picked me up. And when I say pick me up, I mean like literally picked me up. Now here's the thing though, I hate being picked up. So I was screaming. Like I was literally screaming, put me down, like on repeat. And then he put me down. Like this was like a 5-second thing, but I think I screamed a little bit too loud because yeah, my throat hurts now. Fun is over. You took my feet off the ground, fun is over. Because like if I remove my feet off the ground, then it's okay. But if someone else picks me up, I don't care who you are. You do not pick me up, okay? You just don't. So yeah, so I think I kind of hurt my throat. Because it does feel a little bit painful. But we'll see. Yeah. Never thought going Super Saiyan would have this effect on one's throat. So yeah. I didn't even have to tell me. Started right as the timer hit 0 though. I did good. Actually, you can't really tell when the timer hits 0 anymore. Because I changed the loading screen. And I honestly, I'm kind of really proud of how my new loading screen turned out. I think it's funny. And I think it's a little bit more in just the bar just loaded fully. Yes, I was looking. Like I'm kind of really proud of how the new loading screen turned out. Hey, Safri got a Wobbuffet. Like yeah, it took me like an hour and a half to make it. Looking at catcher. Yeah, basically. It took me about an hour and a half to make it, which is actually more time than it should have been, but I got the size wrong, so then I had to go resize each section to the right size. which is the part that took a little bit longer. So instead of taking like 45 minutes, it took double the amount of time because I had to resize all the things. But yeah, I'm still really proud of how it turned out. I think it's a little bit more interesting than just seeing a 5-minute timer go down. There's cat fur floating around here, as usual. But yeah, it looks amazing. Thank you, thank you. Actually, the original plan was to make it and then use it instead of the 5-minute timer and still have like the starting soon, the blinky starting soon thing above, and just have the loading bar instead of the timer. But then when I put the loading bar in, I was just like, no, this just needs to be the whole thing. And so here we are. Just a whole new starting soon page. Was not on purpose. Fully accidental new starting soon page. But who am I to judge? I'm a mod, I have to like everything. No, you don't. You're a mod, not a yes person. It's good, thank you. This is gonna be an interesting stream. This is going to be an interesting stream. But yes, happy Friday, everyone. I don't remember if I said that already or not. You know, I'll tell you if I have it. I know, and I do appreciate it. But yes, I am genuinely proud of. There's a few things, like it's not 100% the way I wanted it to be, but it's like 90%. And at this point, I'm just like, okay, 90% is good enough. But I'm always nice. Yes, of course. If you're ever not nice, I'll be mean at you too. And I can be very mean. But yeah, no, it's been a heck of a day. Don't be mean. No, I won't. If you're not mean to me, I'm not mean to you. It's as simple as that. Those are the rules. This is the way. No, but yeah. So yeah, it's been actually today's been pretty chill, except for like the last like 30 minutes of work. Like 45 minutes of work. That was not a fun time. But we'll get into that in a little bit. But yeah, so this is the way. Yes, this is the way. So, all things considered, pretty decent day. I destroyed my throat just now, screaming at Bruno. Because our super science did not go as I planned it. But yeah, it's fine. Decent day, better than a rotten day. Yeah, no, the day was all in all pretty chill, and then like the last 45 minutes just ruined it. Like just ruined it. You know how one person can ruin the day? Yeah, that's kind of what happened today at work. Like the day was going smoothly until this one client pissed every single person off in a span of 20 minutes. 45? No, 45. 45. Yeah. But yeah, this one person just fully destroyed the entire day. But we'll get into it a little bit in a little bit. Let me see if this damage that I just did like subsides a little bit, because your girl's gonna have to bring out the sass for this one. Like calling the Sass Express, because holy crap. Yeah, it was a bad one. It was a really, really bad one. Like, yeah, yeah. Anyway, like if I could ban that client, I would, but can't really ban clients. But yeah, if you can explain in an incognito way, go for it. I was ready to listen. No, there has to be sass. I can't explain it in an incognito way, because like I don't have to say the client's name to explain what happened, which is a good thing. Because like it has nothing to do with the it has nothing to do with the client's name, but I do want to be able to express myself fully, which involves sass, which involves not being with a sore throat. So I'm gonna see if this subsides a little bit, and then we'll get to that part of the story. In the meantime, I have prepared a wheel of shiny hunts. In the nice time, yes, not the kind of mean I was talking about. I have prepared a wheel of shiny hunts. So I have made a list of all the Pokemon that I initially would like to shiny hunt in Pokemon Violet. And I put them all in a wheel. There's 20 of them, which is not really 20 because it's actually like more than 20. It's almost like nearing 30, but that's only because there's Pokemon like Tatsugiri. Okay, so we got one of the 3 Tatsugiris on last stream. Hydrate. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough water for today. I was waiting for it. This bottle is empty, but I still have this bottle. Hey, 2 faces! Wait. Look, it's a me! The real me, not mirrored. Oh my gosh. There's something else. I didn't expect the reflection to show. I really didn't. That was a surprise to me too. Anyway, so Pokemon like Tatsugiri have 3 forms. We got 1 form last stream just fully by accident. Swap and check though. Check. Also, I am wearing Gengar socks. Need to make sure the prosciuttos are in the rightful place. Oh, honey, of course they are. What would I do without them? I wouldn't be able to walk without them. Or drive. Drippy. Yes. You girls got some Gengar socks on. And they're patterned. I only showed you one Gengar because I'm not going to show you my entire foot. But it's a pattern of Gengars. So it's like multiple Gengars. It's really cute. I could take my sock off and show it, but I feel like we've done that already once and I ended up with a sock on my head. So, I don't want to do that again, but yeah. Yeah, so, basically, the wheel has 20 Pokemon. Yeah, hear that, foot weirdos. Yeah, no, I'm trying to keep these feetsies. Trying to keep these feetsies away from the interwebs. But yeah, so basically I have a wheel of shiny hunts. It has 20 Pokemon on it, which are not really 20 Pokemon, it's actually more. We got one of the 3 Tatsugiris last stream, which means we still need to get the other 2. So I put the other 2 on the wheel. There are 4 Oricorios, but I only put 1 on the wheel, so it just says Oricorio, it doesn't say which one. I need another Slowpoke or Slowbro, so I put either one of them. So whichever one I find first, that's gonna be it. And I need 2 Litleos, so I can get both the male and the female shiny. So Litleo actually needs to be 1 male, 1 female, and I know one of them is harder to find than the other. So, you can change the form that... say what now? But, no, you can't. You can? No, you can't. Oh, of Oricorio. Yes. But if I want to have 1 of each, I need to hunt 4 of them. And I know only 2 of them spawn in the wild. You can only get Bile style and Pom-Pom style in the wild. And then you have to go buy the thingies at like the Delibird presents shop or something like that to change to the other 2. So I'd still need to hunt for at least 4 Oricorio to get all the forms. That's why it only says Oricorio. So there's that. Oh, do you have time to watch Zelda trailer? I forgot. I finished watching anime yesterday, and then I went to bed. Yeah. So I forgot. I will do that later. There's also a bunch of Star Wars trailers that from like the Star Wars thing that happened a couple of days ago that I haven't watched yet. So I haven't watched the trailer for Skeleton. I haven't watched anything about Skeleton Crew. I haven't watched anything about the Accolades. So there, I am still catching up on Star Wars first. So yeah, there's that. I rewatched the Ahsoka trailer today though. I rewatched the Ahsoka trailer. I am very excited for Ahsoka. CGI, I'm kind of... I know I talked to you about this Savage before, but like... I still feel like the CGI in the Ahsoka trailer is less than it should be. It's less good quality than it should be. Especially for something that, like, it's filmed in the volume. It should just be what it's supposed to be. But other than the CGI, I am very much excited for everything. Also, I didn't know this. Thriller. It's a trailer. It's a trailer. It's a thriller. It's a thriller and a triller. Oh my gosh, I'm doing good. So good. Just mixing up all the words today. This is fine. Doing so good today, guys. Doing so good. Yeah, exactly, Safri. Welcome to confusion. So I actually found out that the actress that's playing Sabine is my namesake. The actress's name is Natasha. That's my name. So yeah. Arcane! Hello! It's Friday. The 120-hour stream begins today. No, it doesn't. And it never will. I am not streaming for 120 hours, honey. No way. It's Friday. No way. Yeah, right? Didn't know you were in the... I didn't know either. Nobody told me anything. Where's the paycheck? You heard it here first, folks. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. That should be like, give me a... I mean, listen, if I worked, I want to get paid for it. As simple as that. If you work, you get money. That is the social construct that we all live in. You work, you get paid. I didn't know I worked, so I also didn't know I deserved to get paid. Classic, yes. All good here. Okay, guys, so, as I said, we have the wheel of shiny hunts that we're gonna spin. So I'm gonna put you guys on the game screen. We're gonna spin the wheel and get this thing going. Let's do this. Yeah, so I did change the sprite to one of the Pokemon that's in the wheel. It'd be too much of a coincidence if that's the one that showed up. But yeah, let's do this. Yes, you are allowed to see the wheel. I have prepared it. Magic! I have prepared! I have come to stream prepared today! Which I wasn't yesterday, or the last time, so yay! So yes, the goal is to do all of these shiny hunts, and I will be removing the Pokemon every time it lands on that one, so, and we get that shiny. So, with that said, we need to do two things. First, we need to spin the wheel. And then we need to shiny hunt, but in order to shiny hunt effectively and fast, we need herbs. So while we are traveling around the map, we will be looking for 5 and 6 star raids to do so we can get some herbs as well. Which means before I even start anything today, I will be connecting online. So we're gonna do that too. Also, I forgot to switch my screen. There we go. I can now see the game. Okay, I retreat. Retreat! She's come prepared! Cannot do that. Okay, anyway. Are you doing a Typhlosion raid? That... Huh? That... You can get Typhlosion in game now? I have not been keeping up. I've really not been keeping up. Like, I've been on vacation for 2 weeks, and I still feel like my brain's kind of in vacation mode, even though I've worked the entire week. Which is nice, but also I'm at work and I'm just half there, which is not nice, because you should be fully there. But yeah. Didn't know Typhlosion raids were a thing, so that's great. You can consider me the first wave of stormtroopers from Gideon falling back. GG Nightbot. GG Nightbot! Except, the only thing is, yes, some retreated, but others just pew pew pew. I can beat it if I can beat it. I just need support. Okay. So first things first, we're gonna spin the wheel and then we'll decide the rest. So with that said, let's do this. Tink! Okay, so our first shiny hunt today is Tink. Okay. So with that said, I do have to change this into Tink. There we go. Perfect fit. So nice when things are actually working the way I want them to work. Clearly, I mean, stream's definitely gonna break at some point because everything is going way too smoothly so far. But yeah. Boinkman. Yes. It's so lovely when things work the way I want. Bonk. Like, honestly, things never really work the way I want, and when they actually do work the way I want, I'm just so pleased. So, yay! When you find it, are you gonna evolve it? Yes, of course! Think must be evolved. Where's my map app? Okay, so I have this raid over here. It's like right there, so we might as well just go there for now. See what that's all about. So this place to find the middle. Yes, but we're not hunting middle stage evolutions. Like, it's like every time I shiny hunt, I would rather shiny hunt the first stage and then evolve it, so I have all the stages, than evolving or like hunting for like a middle stage or something. Oh my goodness, this is a 7-star thing? There's no way I can beat this alone. Like, no way. Guys, can you help me with this? Also, do these raids give herbs? Do these special raids give herbs? Because if they don't give herbs, I'm just gonna do one and I'll be one and done. But if they do give herbs, then this is pretty good. So yeah, can someone help me with this one? It's a Terra Ghost. Use a Pokemon metal sound or effective. Okay. Challenge as a group. Actually, I'm gonna change the Pokemon first, and then we'll do that. That gives you enough time to get online and stuff as well. It's a Ghost Fire, so I feel like... Do I have any strong... What do you got for moves? Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Sludge Bomb, Power Whip. It's a fire type. It's basically Fire Ghost. But it's technically Ghost. What do you got? This one has Dazzling Gleam. And Metal Sound. Maybe we'll just go with Miraidon. Okay. I'm gonna open up the code. Annihilate. It's not strong enough. It's not powered up enough. Code for this raid is CHMT9X. If anyone would care to help me out here, that would be much appreciated. But yeah, I don't know if these things give herbs or not. A girl named Grace, hello, welcome on in. Just use metal sound at the beginning. Yes, I will, okay. A girl named Grace, welcome on in. Welcome to Confusion. If you want to join a raid, there's a code on screen that you can use, and yes. Did you put in the codes for free stuff already? I've been on holidays. I've not been keeping attention with the... I've not been keeping attention? I've not been paying attention to the news, so no. Didn't even know there were codes for free things. Did anyone see how badass Cap... No, no spoilers, no spoilers. I've not seen the episode yet. I've not seen the episode yet. I am watching it tomorrow with Bruno. I've not seen the episode. No spoilers. I will time you out. I will time you out. Don't spoil anything. Shh. There are new codes start today. You want me to post them in the Discord? Yes, please. Thank you. I can yeet the message. Yes, please yeet the message. Do I have Discord open on the right screen? I do! Oh my gosh, I am actually fully prepared today. What is happening to me right now? Oh, the spoiler one. I mean, no, they just said Captain Pikachu, which shows up in the trailer, so... Oh, the spoiler one, not the codes. It's only 10 rare candies and 5 max revives. Okay, so this is basically like a one and done kind of situation. Hej. Então, onde é que vais? É sério? Esta hora? Ok, mas não vais de preto. Senão reflete luz. Sorry. Moon just came in. I'm playing Brilliant Diamond currently. Okay, cool. How are you enjoying that game? Because I had Brilliant Diamond as well, and I could just not get into. It's 5 codes? Oh, the codes give you that. Okay. There's so many events in this game. Yeah. I could not get into the shiny hunting mechanics for Brilliant Diamond. It just wasn't for me. Which, you know, is what it is. But yeah. Can't love all the mechanics, that's for sure. I do feel like shinies in this game are way too easy to get. I mean, I got 4 shinies in 30 minutes last stream. On a single sandwich. I got 3 shinies, and as soon as the sandwich ended, I got another one. Also, I have an Oliver on my desk right now. Sir? What kind of ghosts are you looking at? Just go lay down. Oh, you want scratchies? He wants scratchies. Oliver wants them scratchies. Okay, I gotta do it right now, bub. I'll give you some more scratchies in a bit, okay? Yeah, good boy. He understands. He's not happy, but he understands. Scratchies. Not scratches, scratchies. They're small, like me. That hurts. Scratches, my apologies. Yes, that is good, sir. Actually, I feel like I should heal up. And then we start dazzling gleaming. Or I nearly die again. That's fine too. Wait, what? There we go. I'm gonna die. Oh, I have a berry. I forgot I had a berry. Oh, it's already at the lowest. Okay. Well, I'm near dead right now. I should heal. This is going well. Yeah, Safri, I'm literally banking on you carrying me here. So, do something! Don't worry. I want to be one and done and get shiny hunting, okay? Okay. I need to get carried on these things. I'm like a baby. And I'm dead. I tried, and now I'm dead. I only have one heal left. So, whatever you're gonna do, you better do it now. Cause, nope. Arms out and carry this tiny human. Yeah, for real though. Yeah, the heal up did not do things this time around. It's just like the order is randomized. But don't pick me up. Yeah. I have to elect to be removed from the surface. Okay, I'm just gonna start attacking at this point because we are short on time. And we are short on health. I have no more heals. Yeah, we're not winning this. And I'm dead again. Wait, maybe? What do you mean, maybe? I don't think there's time for maybes. To even be maybes. I'm probably wasting a terror right now, but I don't care. It's not like a heal anyways. This is not like the red. No, yes. It's just a no. No. I don't know what we're talking about anymore, if I'm being honest. Never seen that? I'll be fair, I kind of got lost in the conversation, and I don't really know what we're talking about anymore. Yeah. It's videos of things going wrong in the beginning that gets saved at the end. That is a no, yes. Oh, okay. I was like, what are we talking? Why are we suddenly talking about so many no's? Kind of screwed up. Yes, you did. It's okay. We can try again. I know what you mean, Savage. I know what you mean. We can try again. Change the Pokemon. Once again, I'm gonna use Miraidon. Challenge as a group. If anyone else wants to join, please feel free to. The code is 2W4LT3. Also, I'll just try and help. Yes, no. I understand. I comprehend the sentiment. It's commented many times. You should have attacked right before you died, because like I warned you that I couldn't heal on time. So yeah. So people, if anyone else wants to join, you got like 2 minutes. You got about 2 minutes to join, and yeah, I'll just sit tight and wait here and have some more water. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom at some point. Free carry if you stay alive. Well, I cannot make such promises. I think this requires more of the come to be in here. Oh, I have no idea how many people are watching, and I don't want to know. So, I have my viewers count off always. So like I don't. I don't know. I don't know who's in here, who isn't. I just pretend everyone's in here and no one is in here at the same time. Basically, if you don't talk in chat, I don't know you're here. It sounds kind of mean, but yeah. If you don't talk in chat, I don't know you're here, which means I can pretend that each one of you is more of you than you actually are, or less of you, depending on how confident I'm feeling that day. Can you at least read what the people that are here said? I think... Cat first, sorry. I think this requires more of the com to be in here, because I hear NPC and randoms are 2 IQ. I'll be honest. In this game, I don't really know, but like in the legendary raid dens in the Isle of Armor, I kind of figured out like the strat to play with NPCs, and I would actually get to the end more often playing with NPCs than playing with like online people. So yeah. Not the brightest randoms if you cannot plan stuff. They seem to bring the worst typings. Yeah. No, like with the raid dens in Isle of Armor, I could kind of like after like 2 or 3 turns trying to get to the same legendary. Use Metasod twice at the beginning. Okay. After 2 or 3 turns of playing with the same like trying to get to the same legendary, I could sort of figure out like the best strat depending on like what the start Pokemon were. That usually worked for me a lot better than playing with people, because like when I was playing online for those, I don't know, maybe I was just unlucky, but I just got so many people that clearly were purposefully trying to lose, which just like really sucks when you're trying to shiny hunt in that game using the dens. So yeah. Basically. Okay, I've used Metal Sound once. Seems I'm getting Shadow Balled. Using Metal Sound one more time. And now I'm gonna heal everyone. I hope I stay alive. I'm alive. Safri, you better do things. I'm alive, but not by much. Eruption does not sound like a fun move. Cheer, heal. I think I made the heal on time. Okay. Okay, so unless all the health goes down, I'm gonna start attacking with Dazzling Gleam. Okay. Another eruption. I need to heal people. Okay. I have no idea if this is the right strat or not, but here we are. I do really appreciate the fact that like when the heals happen on the other side of the field, it sounds from more like this side, and if it happens from like this side of the field, it sounds more like this side, like it's closer. Do appreciate that. Did that just glitch? I feel like that just glitched. I only have one heal left, so... Sincerely hope... Remove negative effects. Okay, so we're back to... dying. We're back to dying. I was gonna say we're back to Metal Sound, but no, we're back to dying. And eruption. Lovely. And I'm back. Okay, we're metal sounding. We're metal sounding again. I have one heal left. That is, if the Shadow Ball goes to me. It did, okay. Which does mean I think I should be able to heal. Except it's using another Shadow Ball. Really hated that the buttons just disappear while we're trying to get stuff done, but... Oh wait, it actually... Oh, okay, we're done. Get carried. I try my best over here, okay? Thank you. Its shiny is kind of purplish, though. The Master Ball would have looked great. But we're not doing that. I'm using a Premier Ball. Where are they? Actually, no, the thing is more like an orangey than a purple. Like a... autumn colored Typhlosion tentacle. GG Confusion Squad. Oh, we got a Confusion Squad now? Okay. Didn't know we had a squad of confused people roaming around this internet land. Okay, so got TMs. Ooh, an ability patch and an ability capsule. Cool. Anyway, I don't think these things give herbs, so I'm gonna assume it's like a one and done kind of situation. Seems like it fits the brand. Yeah, it does, because I got confused by there being a squad. So definitely doing justice by the brand. Savage, did you end up sending the codes for the thingies, or did you not find them anymore, or like what's the situation? Squad. Did you check? I did. There's nothing here. Where did you send the codes to? Oh, I was looking in the wrong place. I was looking in the wrong place. Pardon me. Pardon me, for I was staring at the wrong place. As usual. As usual. Mystery gift? Get. Thought I was just gonna... I don't know where I was looking. I was looking at the chat instead of Pokemon. So, let's see here. Oh, C1. I don't know where I'm going with this. How do I thought it was gonna be in the tiny chat, not in Pokemon. I don't know things. V Tor Gavin. Okay. Imagine posting Pokemon things in Pokemon. I don't know, man. My Discord sometimes acts up, okay? Like in Italy, I wanted to send y'all more pictures while I was in Italy. But like I didn't want to like overload the tiny chat with just like pictures. So I was just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna post less pictures, because the only chat that I had available on the Discord was the tiny chat. Like, I didn't have any other chat in the thing available, and I don't understand why. I think Discord was just acting up. So I could not access the other ones. Otherwise, I would have sent a bunch more pictures than I actually did. It's really weird, but it's also not the first time that this has happened. This is just level up. So, it was really weird. Rare candies. I'm gonna have some more water. I might have to go to the bathroom soon. I had chicken soup for dinner. Well, technically I had yesterday's chicken soup for dinner. I kind of messed it up yesterday. So it was more like a chicken soup sludge today. Yeah. Well, technically if you logged into Discord in the browser, you might have been able to see more. Yeah, but like the roaming wasn't the best, let's just put it that way. I multiple times throughout the day would be without just without signal altogether. So I'm not entirely sure like why that was happening, if it was because like the walls are too thick or something of the sort. I have no idea. Okay, I got 2 more codes left to do. So honestly, I think the music from like the mystery gifts is kind of underrated. It's really catchy. Catch. By ball? I mean, how else would you be able to catch Pokemon? The Palafin is good. Not like I do VGC anyways. Ooh. Okay. Net balls, dive balls, dusk balls, timer balls, quick balls, luxury balls, all the balls that we can actually buy and none of the ones that we cannot buy. I can't complain. I can, but I won't. But I can, but I won't. Look at all them balls. So many balls. Okay, last code is N Joy Battle. I don't really, but sure. Here we go again. And we got 2 TMs. Bishop puts the balls in her backpack and passes someone on the street. Are you looking at balls? Stop looking. Oh, no, 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 stop. That's all the codes. We've done all the codes. All the codes are done. Okay, now we save, and now we continue on. Moving along. And what we say now to the Codebringer? Oh, mighty Codebringer, I thank you for your deed. As tribute to your good deed, I shall now tell the story of what happened in the last 45 minutes at work. And I will try my best to bring the sass because honestly the throat's not really hurting any less, and that's probably because I haven't stopped talking since we started streaming, because that's kind of how that works. Anyways, anyone can help me with this dragon type Hatharina? Please? Also need to mark swap and check. Oh, right, yes. Hold on. That is number 7? Yes, 7. I was on time? I was on time. Dang, that's like 2 of them? Where's on time? On time is not on the board though. Is it? I'm blind. Oh, it is. It is on the board. Okay, hold on. I need to get my glasses made like soon, than later. If I'm being fair, like. Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna open this up. So if anyone would like to help me out or get this dragon type Hatharina, go for it. The code is Q7CTWS, and hopefully we can get at least 1 herb from this so I can go make a sandwich. You said you were watching the rainbow timer fill up, so you must have been on time. Yes, I think so. I also think I started streaming at exactly like 8:30 and not at like 8:31. So yes, I should have probably been on time. Most likely. Most likely. Most likely was on time, so I'll check that off. But yeah. Okay guys, so let me tell you what happened the last 45 minutes. of work. Because, oh my goodness, why do these people exist? Because honestly, I don't understand, and it pisses me off. So this is partially a rant, but like I want to air it out, okay? And I'm gonna do it in the most dramatic way possible, which is on the internet, because of course I will. Because of course I will. Language I'm trying to be careful. Like, I'm genuinely trying to be careful, because honestly, if I would tell this story in a non-PG setting, I would swear so much, like, you don't understand. Like, all the name calling. So much swearing. Anyway, so this dingus of a client called because they needed help. Now, granted, we are familiar with this client, and we are aware that they are very, complicated. I'm gonna go with complicated. Call it special? No. Special has a positive connotation. Which is not the case. So basically, this client called us because they needed help. Their television had picture but no sound on one system, and had picture and sound on the other system. So we told them, like, hey, sometimes it happens that if you're gone for a while, it can happen that your TV will just decide to, like, not do things. So just unplug the television, wait a couple of minutes, plug it back in, do the same thing with the box that isn't giving you sound, and check from there. It was already difficult to just say this to the man, because, well, this is the kind of person that they will ask you a question, and while you are explaining and giving them an answer, they will ask more questions, or I think stream crashed. Did stream just crash, or is that just me? No, it might have been just me. Okay, we're fine. Anyway, and we gotta hydrate. So this is the kind of person that they ask you a question, and when you start explaining things or giving them an answer, they will quite literally talk over you, which is just beyond annoying. But they will not just simply talk over you, they will talk over you as if they know better than you, and they will talk over you asking more questions while you haven't even finished answering the first question. So it's already very difficult to speak to this man, like, from the get-go. Now, here's the kicker. We managed to, after like 10 minutes of conversation, we managed to tell him this, and we hung up, and then, like, I don't know, 15 minutes later, he calls again, saying that it didn't make a difference, it didn't work. When he goes to HDMI 1, he has a system with picture and no sound, or with picture and sound. Then he goes to HDMI 2, has picture and sound, and when he goes back to HDMI 1, he has picture but no sound, which is just a very weird problem to have. Like, if you have sound first and then you change and then you go back, you should still have sound, but this wasn't the case. So we were just trying to help this person by process of elimination. Now here's the thing. I was telling this man, and yes, I am emphasizing that this was a man, and this is important for context, okay? This is a man talking to me, a female. It's not sir. Okay, hi Sam. Welcome on in. So basically, I was telling him that we were gonna, since I can't see what's going on because we're on the phone, and I can't see what he's doing on the phone, we have to go by process of elimination, which means that I was asking him, or trying to ask him, to switch the HDMI cables. So whatever is on HDMI 1, change it to 2, and whatever is on HDMI 2, change it to 1, and then try it all again to see basically what happens. Now, the thing is, this man started basically screaming at me on the phone, like yelling at me. Like, it's not possible that it's the television. Yeah, he had 2 boxes on one TV. One for one language and one for the other language. Now, he started yelling at me saying like, yes, but my TV is brand new, it's not possible that it's a television, and blah, 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 blah. And we were just like, bro, like, why are you screaming at me? It was like, you don't know nothing, let me talk to a technician. I was like, okay, just a second. Why yell? Just try. Exactly. Because he was basically yelling at me like, this isn't gonna work, you don't know anything, I know better than you, why are you trying to tell me to do something that I know for a fact is not going to work, and blah, 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 blah. And then he asked for a technician because clearly a technician will know more than me. Now, I passed the call on to our technician, who coincidentally is my uncle. One of my uncles that works for the company. I have 2 uncles that work for the company. He called you for help and then says he knows better. Exactly. Oh, the self-attended customer. Yes. So this man gets to talk to my uncle, a technician. To which my uncle at some point starts getting annoyed by him because like he can't get a word in. This man is no longer screaming because he is talking to another man and not to another woman. So he's no longer screaming, and we can hear that because like the phones, yeah, he was basically on the phone. That's like the loudest. That has like the loudest sound. So yeah, so essentially, he was no longer yelling because he was speaking to a man. And my uncle basically told him to try a bunch of things that I had already told him to try. And then he told them the exact same thing that I did. He told them to switch the HDMI leads, of which the client happily did so. Now, when I say happily, Safri, what are you gibberishing for? Use your words, not just gibberish. Oh, raid. Sorry. Wait, what kind of raid? If it's another Typhlosion, I don't care about it. Love Typhlosion, Typhlosion's my baby, but I don't think they give herbs. And that's kind of what I need. Oh, it's a 6-star. Okay. Terror raid. I need to get that done. Had you come in a bit sooner, Sam, you could have done it with us. Weren't you gonna shiny hit? Yes, but I need more herbs. CGG 4-buy. I hope I'm on time. I hope I'm good on time. Yeah. Psychic type moth. Should I go with Cerulege? Should go Mioscarada. That's good. I've hardly been able to play last few. Yeah. So continuing on with the story. Oh no, I've already clicked it. Sorry, Safri, you were a bit too... Sorry. I don't have metal sound on the... I went for super effective, basically. Anyway, so continuing on with the story because, oh my goodness. So basically, I'm downplaying the way this went because my uncle did take quite the effort to get this man to do what he was telling him to do, which was what I was telling him to do before. So yeah, so basically swapped the HDMIs and try it again, the problem persists. I forgot that Meowscarada is a grass type. This is not gonna go well. I am sorry, Safri. Basically, wow, that Drifloon was going crazy. This is gonna hurt. Yeah. It is. It's going to hurt. If I can get at least, like, one thing in, yeah. I am so sorry, Safri. This is gonna be a nightmare. I'm not gonna be able to do anything because I brought the wrong Pokemon. Follow this so. Also, you could follow this so well to tell the story now. Also, you could follow this so well to tell this story now. Huh? I feel like that sentence makes no sense. Savage? The work story. I don't know. Just saying as it comes to mind. But anyway, I'm not going to be of any help to this rate. You could hear all this really well. Then... Oh, to listen. Yeah, so basically, my uncle was talking on my colleague's phone, and my colleague's phone is usually, like, really loud. So we could base... And also this man talks really loud as well. So basically, we were hearing just about everything. It was very, very difficult for my uncle to get this man to follow instructions because this man continuously said, no, this kitty's not gonna get burned because it's just gonna die. But yeah. So the client was continuously like contesting what my uncle was saying. At some point during my conversation with this man, I told him like, there's only so much we can do over the phone. You might want to consider having a technician, making an appointment and having a technician come by. Now, he said like, oh no, I don't want that because like you're not gonna be able to do anything anyway here and blah, 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 blah. Anyway. Now, our technician was talking to this man, which is a very difficult man to be spoken to because he will literally talk over you every single time for every single thing. Now, when our technician suggested him to swap the cables, he happily did so after our technician was explaining that he was trying to tell him to do this for process of elimination because we cannot see what he's doing there. And we don't know what the problem is because there is no one else with that kind of box, with this kind of system, that has the same problem at that moment. So it couldn't be the system, which the client was convinced it was, but it couldn't have been. So nothing I hadn't explained to him, but because it was a male technician talking to the man, he ended up accepting that and ended up switching the cables. So yeah, so welcome back. So yeah, so basically, he ended up saying everything that I was telling this man to do, but because I am a woman and I do not know anything at all about anything, because men clearly know more than women about everything, he didn't want to listen to me. And as he didn't want to listen to me, I also could not fix his problem, which couldn't be fixed anyways. But yeah, so the man ended up talking to my uncle, and my uncle ended up telling him like, hey, listen, there's only so much we can do over the phone. The man didn't want to listen, by the way. The man did not want to listen to my uncle, regardless. He was trying to explain to this man that there's only so much you can do over the phone, and he might want to consider making an appointment for someone to come by to help him. And he agreed to it. This is a dragon type Flareon. We're gonna go in with the Miraidon, because yeah. So yeah, so he ended up saying like, okay, so in that case, So this man on the phone ended up saying like, oh, in that case, like I can bring the box to your shop. And my technician had to repeat this like 5 times. I'm not even joking. He said, if you only bring the box, we will plug it in and it will work, because the problem is not the box nor the system. If you want to bring it in, you have to bring the box and your television, which is at this point that we found out that he has a off-brand TV. It is not a brand TV. It is like a supermarket brand TV, which we don't trust for obvious reasons. And this man was basically the entire time saying that it couldn't be his television because his television is brand new. Sorry, my cats were fighting. I was checking if Bruno was checking in on them. Actually, I'm even getting hot right now just telling this. But anyway, so basically he was convinced that it couldn't have been this television because his television is brand new. And because it's brand new, it cannot be broken, because clearly things cannot come... Yeah, you did. Things cannot come broken from the factory, because that never happens, right? Yeah. So yeah. He was convinced that it wasn't television, so he really did contest the fact that he didn't need to bring the TV because the problem was definitely not the TV. I don't know, he didn't bring the TV in. Like, we were talking about like 45 minutes before closing time. He was not gonna make it. He lived like 30 minutes away. And we spent like 30 minutes on the phone with him, which means there's no way he could have made it to the store in 15 minutes. To leave the TV and the box behind for the entirety of the weekend. Because yes, we close for the weekend. So he wasn't gonna do that anyways. But yeah, so once our technician managed to convince him to either make an appointment or bring the stuff in, he decided to bring the stuff in. The TV and the box included. Which is basically what I told him to do from the get-go. But guess what? Because I'm not a man, I don't know things. So yeah, and the technician, he heard my conversation. So he knows that everything he told the client to do, I had already told them to do. And I'm honestly kind of sad that he didn't phrase it as my colleague told you, do this, this, and this. He just said, do this, this, and this. But that's like a character trait of my uncle. There's not, it's literally a character trait of him to like just say half the things. Do all your clients have to be on, or I could not do that since it's on the arm. Yeah, there's like wall mounts that are stuck to the wall. There's wall mounts that you can like lift forward and tilt. And then there's those that have it on just on some furniture. And this was on some furniture in this case. But yeah, so essentially, everything I told this man to do, that he screamed at me for, saying that I am unknowledgeable, saying that I don't know things, saying that I am telling him to do everything that he already knows, except he did none of it. But then my colleague, the technician, who is a male, tells him to do the exact same thing, and he ends up doing it. Now, this is not the first time that this has happened with this client, where if we, the people that pick up the phone, aka the females in the company, tell him to do one thing and he contests it, but when it's a male telling him to do the exact same thing, he will do it. Now, I'm not calling this man misogynistic, but he is definitely misogynistic. Yes, this man has problems and needs a new brain. So yeah. And another thing, this man is like obsessed with going into the settings. So like, I wouldn't put it behind me that he just messed with the settings that he shouldn't have messed and just didn't tell us about it. So there was no way we would have figured it out if he didn't tell us about it. So, Yeah. So I clearly don't know anything because I am a female. And because I am a female, we don't know shit. Oh, sorry. I told you I was trying to control the swearing. This story would go a lot different if I could swear. If you thought that was not a thing anymore, you've been wrong. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, so, isn't it lovely that there are still so many misogynistic people out there? And here's the thing, it's not the first one we've encountered this year. Not even saying, I'm not even telling this month. I'm not even saying the past year. I'm just saying this year. We're on month 4. This is the, like, I don't know, 3rd, 4th person. Yeah. It's lovely. It's lovely. And here's the thing, like, when you clearly know more than the client that's calling you and they still yell at you because they say you're wrong, because they say you don't know things, it's just really, really annoying. And yeah, I get really riled up in those situations. Not in front of the client per se, but I do get really riled up in those situations because it's just like, it's 2023. We're in the 21st century. You should know better. You should know better. And the other thing is, like, we kind of end up being stuck between a rock and a hard place because, like, if we pass the phone to a technician, he basically gets what he wants, which is talk to a male. But if we don't pass the phone to a technician, then we will be stuck talking to this dingus, trying not to yell at him and call him names, while at the same time trying to explain to him why he's wrong without actually telling him to shut up and listen. So, you know, that's always lovely. So yeah, that kind of like ruined the very nice work day that we actually had, because the work day itself was pretty decent. Not much to complain, but then these last 45 minutes because of this dingus, yeah, you're better off handing over the phone to a male, but it's far from the way it should be. Yeah, no, it's just terrible. It's just absolutely terrible. And it happens. Like, there's multiple microaggressions that happen. And, like, if I try to talk to my colleagues about it, like, my colleagues are way more experienced than me. They're also older than me by a good 20, 30 years. So, different generation. We're talking about Gen X here. And I don't know. We're talking about people that were born in the 60s and 70s, basically. I was trying to... There. Press the right buttons. Yeah. But if you don't know, he is wasting everyone's time. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, though. If he's asking me questions that I know the answer to, and I explain the answer to him, and he talks over me, doesn't listen, and then tells me that I don't know things, that kind of defeats the purpose of continuing the conversation. There's that little square over there on the map. Hold on, let me just figure out where on the map I'm supposed to go to get the things. No, the 70s and 80s is X, I think. I don't know what the 60s is. Oh, I have a black raid over here. Anyway. I should fly here. No, I should fly to Los Platos first. X is from 65. Before that is Boomer. Okay, okay. So, yeah, one of my coworkers is late 60s. And the other one is late 70s. And then I am mid 90s. So there is an age discrepancy there, but it's also not bad. It's just that I have some opinions that they might not fully agree with, and they might have some opinions that I'm just like, why is this? But yeah, so one of the things, it should be like somewhere around here, right? Put that as a destination. So yeah, so one of the things that I usually go is like, okay, well, I see a lot of microaggressions. That isn't correct. They usually ignore them, and if I like start like kind of complaining to them like this, they think I'm exaggerating. Check if it's one of the herby ones. You mean the black one? I don't know. Like, herbs aren't really guaranteed, right? Like, anyways. I can go check. Herba booster? It's this one. It's a grass type, but it's black, so I'm assuming it should be boosted. So if we just fly over here, should be able to get there. But yeah, so like I said, there are 6 Pokemon that are basically guaranteed. Oh, okay, so I'll check. But yeah, so basically I'm going in the wrong direction. Satasha just 4 episodes left for a good place. Ah, the ending is really satisfying. Like, it has a proper ending. Like, it's one of the few shows that actually has an ending, so I won't say you'll be happy or sad, but you'll definitely be satisfied. You'll have a satisfying conclusion. For sure. But as I was saying, so like we kind of have like a difference of opinions on certain things. And there's things that like, okay, so if someone, like if a technician is standing next to me, I am the one that deals with customers. It's not the technician. So in the store, thanks for really enjoyed. Yay! So I'm just gonna give you a quick example of like kind of like the where you can kind of tell the difference in generations, which is essentially if I am standing at the counter and one of our technicians is standing at the counter with me and a client walks in and it's a man, 90% of the time they will direct the entire conversation to our technician. They will direct all the questions to our technician, even though I'm the one answering the questions. So basically, they will ask the question to a technician. The technician won't know the answer because that's not their department. I will answer the question. They will look at me while I answer the question, and then they will turn again to the technician and ask the question to them. Now, I wouldn't consider that misogynistic in any way, but I do consider that a microaggression. And if I, this is a Heracross. Is this one of them, Safri? So basically, check Discord Pokemon for the herb ones. Oh, cool. No, this is not one of them. Thank you, Safri. This is not one. Is it still worth doing it though? Like, cause there's still a chance to get herbs, right? I'm gonna set it up. It's a grass type, so we can just. Crap! I pressed the wrong button. I'm with the wrong Pokemon and I pressed the wrong button. I'm just gonna lose. I'm just not gonna touch it. I can't. Actually, I do have poison types. I have a poison move on the Clodsire, so maybe that will work. I'm not gonna be able to make this alone, but I can try. Only one if you didn't get it. Great. I just need one so I can make one sandwich and like not be devoid of herbs. Doing so great. Doing so great. Yeah, so as I was saying, so basically in those situations, I don't really consider that misogynistic because like the people might not know better. They might think that the technician is the one that that has the answer for the next question. So I do consider it somewhat of a microaggression, but like it's not like the absolute worst. Wait, hold up, you can? Oh my goodness, let's do that. throat is doing better. No, it actually still hurts the same, but at some point you start getting used to it. Basically. But yeah, so if I get a client like that and I like tell the client like they were being like kind of rude talking to the technicians while I'm the one that has the answers and stuff like that, they'll be like, oh yeah, but that's normal and blah blah blah. I'm just like, yeah, but that's like, it's kind of like, it's wrong. And they're just like, oh, you're just exaggerating too much, like you're just being overly sensitive. I'm just like, no, I'm not. People should know better. If anyone wants to join, the code is 86V9YC. So yeah. But yeah, so it's like situations you just want to be seen at your value. Yeah, basically. And it's like, it's those kind of situations where it's like, okay, well, the technician won't know the answer. It's not their department, but they will still direct themselves towards the male in the room. And it can also be because I don't emit alpha energy, however you want to call that. I am just a tiny human, and I look confused a lot of the time. So they might just think that and I'm like the youngest person in the company by like a good 20 years difference. So they might even think that I'm being trained. Which I'm like, okay, it's fine. Sorry about that. Just like that word so much. I know. That's why I put bunny ears. Bunny ears. No, but like for real though, like I understand that I'm like, I have a 20-year difference. It's a 20-year difference between me and the next youngest person in the company. So like I can understand if like people see all of these actual grown-ups around me, and then there's little old me over here like, hey, hello, because like the way you see me talk to you is like kind of the way I talk to like clients as well. You know, there's really not that much of a discrepancy with the way I speak. Yes, I tone it down a little bit for clients, although there's a few clients that like really do enjoy the sass, and when I notice that they're enjoying it, I like up it a little bit. So you're a ray of sunshine. I'm a ball of confusion. But yeah, so basically, like I can imagine that some people might direct themselves to the grown-up next to me, even though I technically am a grown-up. Because they think maybe I'm still in training and maybe I don't know the answer. But here's the thing. I have my other coworker, and she's like 30 years older than me. Like she's in her 50s. And there's like, yeah, okay, but like I'm the one that knows more than her in this case. I would be like she would be the trainee in this instance. So it's kind of like this discrepancy between like, okay, but like, yes, I am the youngest, but at the same time, usually I'm the one with all the answers. And I'm the most fluent person in the company in English as well. So when English people, and I'm the only one that speaks Dutch. Usually when it comes to Dutch people, they will not direct themselves so much to the technicians because the technicians don't speak Dutch. I'm the only one that does speak Dutch. So they have really no choice if they want to speak Dutch. But when it comes to like English people or people that are speaking in English to us, and I have someone else next to me, they will direct themselves to someone else, even if I am basically the one that's doing things and like dealing with all the stuff, which is really annoying. But at the same time, like I can understand to some degree, but at the same time, like just you know, just acknowledge if you see that I'm the one answering the questions. Don't ask the other person. Just acknowledge the fact that you are talking to me and not to someone else, because you are talking to me. So yeah, most young people are more creative with finding answers most times since their brain grew up with tech. I mean, that's also true. That's also true. But yeah, I've noticed like since I started working at my family's company that like my patience has gone both up and down at the same time. Like my patience to like deal with people that are cooperative has gone up, exponentially. But my patience, and pardon the language, to deal with bullshit has gone down the drain. Like, I don't know if it's symptoms of getting older or if it's like just dealing with a bunch of crap every single day. But like, I have no patience for people dishing out just other nonsense. And like, it kind of reflects in the way I speak a little bit, and yeah, and my colleagues sometimes like are like, tone down, you're sounding a bit aggressive. It's not like I'm trying to sound aggressive, it's just you're being dumb and I have no patience for it. If I have to repeat the answer 5 times and you keep asking it, I'm just like, I'm just done. And how people need that assistance, how people that need assistance can act like such assholes. True. When you get older, your tolerance for drops drastically. Well, I mean, I guess that's what's happening. Yeah. Like, also, there's the thing, like, you can get so much more help just by being nice to the people you're asking help to. Like, if you're just, because like, if you're being, people already deal with so much crap that if you're being nice to them, they're gonna work extra hard to, you know, help you because you're like the one nice person they've talked to that day. You know? So yeah, it has Moxie. I don't know what Moxie does. It's a pressure for when someone on the line is actually understanding, actually listening. I'm using Psychic, which I should not have used. That's the wrong move. That was definitely the wrong move. Give you attack boost after a kill. Oh, right. I mean, but every time it kills the Arcanine, it gets an attack boost, but at the same time, the Arcanine comes with Intimidate. So, by that logic, it wouldn't get the boost because the Arcanine's using Intimidate as an ability. And we lost. Yeah, true. I'm just saying, like, out of 3, at least one of them isn't doing too much. Too much boosting. Not too much boosting. But yeah. We're gonna try this again. Because honestly, I feel like if I didn't press the wrong move like 3 times, I would have gotten it. We could have had a chance. We could have had a chance. I want to try it again, and then we're for real. I don't care if we get herbs or not. We're for real gonna... We're for real going to, start shiny hunting, because we've been live for nearly 2 hours and we haven't done anything yet. Let's accept all the Team Star bases with Krukda because it was busted with Moxie. Oh, cool. Okay, guys, if you want to join, the code is P05BMS. And I'm ready when you are. I am ready when you are. Also, after this raid, I'm going to the bathroom. Just FYI. Gonna be MIA for a little bit. So I can go empty the bladder. Because I made chicken soup yesterday, and like what remained of the chicken soup we ate today. Except, here's the thing. So there's 2 kinds of chicken soup. There's chicken soup that's made with like pasta or noodles. And there's chicken soup that's made with rice. Okay? Now, I prefer chicken soup that's made with pasta or noodles. I think it tastes better. I think the flavors are better. It's just nicer to eat. It's easier to make. Bruno, on the other hand, really likes chicken soup with rice instead of pasta or noodles. So every once in a while, like maybe once or twice a year, I will make chicken soup with rice. it's a rare occasion. It really is a rare occasion. But I will make it. In which case, I did make that yesterday. The thing is, I do not have a lot of experience making chicken soup with rice because I prefer the ones with pasta or noodles. So I overcooked the rice by sheer not knowing how to make rice chicken soup. Which means that today we didn't really have rice chicken soup. It was kind of like a sludge, like a rice-based sludge chicken soup. Because yeah, it was rice goop basically. Yeah, basically with pieces of chicken and a little bit of like the water seasoned stuff. Yeah, basically. So yeah, I'm not saying the taste was bad. The taste was pretty decent. It's just I expected the rice to you know, have stayed intact. But once again, I let the rice overcook, which basically means that after I turn the fire off, it keeps cooking because the pot's still hot. Wrong consistency, same flavor. Exactly. So it still tasted like the chicken soup I made yesterday, but in kind of like a goop form. Except for the piece of the chicken. The piece of the chicken were just fine. They were just chicken. But yeah, so yeah, just. And this is the reason why I do not make a lot of chicken soup with rice, because I never get it right. And yeah, I never get it right, basically. And then the next day we eat goop. There was one time I made rice chicken soup where I undercooked the rice. That soup was not edible the day I made it, but it was pretty good the day after because, well, the pot was hot. So the rest of the rice ended up cooking. But yeah, when you're making chicken soup for dinner, you expect to be able to eat said dinner the day you're making it, not the day after you've made it. So yeah. So that was a fun experience. At least you could still eat it. It means the taste was on point, just not the setting. Yeah. Like, we had the right color, but like the wrong screen, basically. I don't know why the screen just went full on white. That did quite some damage. Great problem solved. Yeah, exactly. So we had chicken soup yesterday, and we had chicken goop today. Essentially. And then we'll probably, well, there's still the goopiest goop that ever gooped, yes. I mean, there's technically still chicken soup left, or chicken goop left from today, which we're probably just gonna end up eating tomorrow for dinner. Or at least Bruno will. He's, oh my gosh, did I just die? I just died. Goop. Yeah, we had chicken goop today. Immortalized. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a weird experience making chicken soup. I was hoping the chocolate would come. Yeah, I was, and I did. Actually, I know it's past 10, but tomorrow is Friday, so I have chocolate. I bought chocolate salami the other day. I don't know what it's called in English, but the literal translation will be chocolate salami. I got chocolate salami. Today is Friday. Tomorrow is the weekend. What did I say? You said that. I said tomorrow is Friday. Oh, damn. Imagine if tomorrow was Friday. That would be bad. And I'm dead again. I don't think I'm gonna make this. Found one of the herby ones. Okay, Safri. Let me just finish this and then I'll do yours. Actually, let me finish this, go to the bathroom, and then we'll do your raid. Because I would like one extra herb at least. So I can have extra herbs to spare for another sandwich if needed. If it doesn't close combat, I should be okay, I think. To not, like, die again. Yes, let's actually go do her business. Yes, the business must be done. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this. I need a miracle to happen for me to make this. Oh, I'm dead again. Yeah, never mind. Guess who's dead? Dead again. Sarah Ledge is dead again. No. No, it wasn't. It exists. You should listen to it. Eminem definitely sang it. If you look at the lyrics, that's the lyrics. That's the actual lyrics that he sang. I'll mark it. Which one is that, actually? That's, I think, number 8. Yep. I marked it. Basically, half the board's gone already. We're only on stream number 2. Not fooling me. Could try. I will catch you. No, you won't. You're 3,000 kilometers away from me. By the time you decide to try and catch me, I'll have fled already. You wouldn't be able to find me. Catch you slipping? And falling. And falling. Okay. Guys, just a second. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna go do Safri's herb raid, and then we're gonna go make a sandwich and do some shiny hunting, and hopefully get a tink today. Because I know we're supposed to be shiny hunting, but I need herbs. So yeah, just a second. found a Nala. She was all alone in the bathroom. She really wants to leave my lap. I think she's going back to the bathroom. I think she was just comfortable and I disturbed her. Such a shame. Such a shame. Oh gosh. Oh no, I have cat fur all over my face. Yes, the queen showed her precious face on stream. So you have all been blessed by Queen Nala. And my face is covered in fur. I should be okay. I might touch my eyes a little bit more to if I notice any other strangled pieces of fur. Anyway. I need to figure out where to get Tink. If I'm being honest. Because I don't know where to get Tink. Safri. If you wanna code, if you wanna do the code thing so I can join the code thing. Yes. Okay. Code is K3FJ8M. Was it cheap? Was it cheap? Oh. Actually, I should be good with Clotsire. Clotsire has Surf and Water Absorb. So, this thing's a Water type, which is Terra typing into Ground, Rock, whatever. Water is super effective. So, I should be good. I should be good. I should be good. I'm gonna go with Claude. Claude does not have Metal Sound, so. Claude has Yawn, though. Can these Pokemon fall asleep? Because, if they can fall asleep, I can just Yawn first turn. And then we'll have, like, some free sleep turns. So maybe that's a good strat, maybe. I could just Yawn first turn, and then... Yeah, if I just Yawn... if I just immediately go for Yawn, then, like, the next turn it'll fall asleep, so... That should be cool. Should be cool. I feel like we got a strategy here. For Tink, go to Ruins. Okay, but I was just at Ruins and there were no Tinks. So maybe I need to go to different Ruins. I'm pretty sure the tower I just flew to, like, has a few ruins, like, nearby, so... That should be fine. That should be fine. Can send SS? Screenshot. Right? Screenshot. Yes. Yeah, that would actually be helpful, because I can't have the map app open at the same time as the game and moving around and stuff like that, so that would be helpful. I just burped. I'm sorry if you heard that. Just checking what I need in terms of the hamburgers or tomatoes. Okay. Also gotta go check if I have enough ingredients, because I think I have enough tomatoes, but I don't think I have enough hamburgers. So depending on what else is spawning at the ruins, I might have to pivot. Aha! Okay, and this is a small Tink, not medium Tink, right? I want smalting. It's huge. No, I just want smalting. Are we talking about the Donzo? Dondozo. It's so much bread. Okay, cool. Cool. Hey, it's asleep! Wait, I'm asleep? How am I asleep? Wait, it can shield even it's asleep? No, it woke up. What? It has yawn too? That sucks. That's terrible. Order up. Actually, I am considering. It's 10:30 though, but tomorrow's Saturday. But I have chocolate salami in my fridge. And again, I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called in English, but the literal translation would be chocolate salami, so I'm calling it chocolate salami. Full sentences, please. Am I not saying full sentences? I thought I was saying full sentences. Ooh, nice! Sam got a ho-oh. I'm considering No, I said I am considering getting chocolate salami, but it's already 10:30. But tomorrow is Saturday, so I could stay up longer and I could have sugar intake further into the night, because that's okay, because I can sleep in tomorrow. But then again, I have chocolate salami in my fridge, and I would like to eat the chocolate salami. But I don't know what to do, because it's already usually past the time that I stop eating. Because I usually don't eat anything anymore, like past 10 p.m. Also, what is chocolate salami? Do you know what salami is? It has that look. It looks like salami, but it's made of chocolate and cookies instead of meat. I just played Pokemon Leaf Green on GBA and did the Safari Zone and ran into a shiny Tauros, one bell, and it ran. No! Oh my goodness, no, that's terrible, Sam! Odds are so high! You look like salami. Let's just finish this raid and I'll go get the salami so you can see the salami, okay? I just got a piece for myself. $38 out of 52, dang. Can Pokemon fall asleep while terrestrialized? I'm so glad there isn't a voice chat, because the amount of swearing you'd be hearing right now would fill up a swear jar. Damn! I mean, I was containing myself a lot from swearing while telling the events of today. So I'm just gonna show us the chocolate salami. I'm gonna show you the chocolate salami. Yes. And you will be jealous that you cannot eat it. Because it's... I don't buy it often, but I went to Aldi. And like, I think that the store-bought one from Aldi, can I consider that a hammer situation? We're talking about chocolate salami, so no. Because that was your, well, your intention is not correct. I apologize. Because yes, I will show you my salami. Except I don't have the kind of salami that you're trying to imply. The couch goes both ways. I thought salami was meat. Salami is meat, and that's why I'm calling it chocolate salami, because it's made of chocolate. I don't know if we're gonna make this, Safri. This is my last surf. I'm confused. Don't worry. I will go grab it and show you guys. It's delicious. No, it's not sliced. I never said it was sliced. GG? Oh! Yay! Okay, let me, while this catches, let me go get it. Just a second. Okay. Oh, I got a salty heart. Okay. So, I brought a napkin. I brought a knife. And I brought the chocolate salami. Okay? So, just this. Okay, so, see? It's basically like chocolate with little bits of cookies. And in Portuguese, it's literally called salame de chocolate, which would translate to chocolate salami. It's basically just because it has the shape, but it's not made of meat. Now I'm gonna cut off a piece because since I have it here with me, I'm just gonna eat a part of it. I've never seen that. Well, we can get it at Aldi, which is great. Viva la Doctor! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. You came right at the moment where we are talking about chocolate salami, which apparently is not a common thing. Hello there. Okay, so this is, it comes in like golden, like, welcome raiders. This is my chocolate salami. Welcome to confusion. I'm not joking. This is chocolate salami. It's delicious. Okay. What awaits, Dr. Raiders? Welcome to confusion. This is normal here. So this is the chocolate salami. Okay, this is what it looks like. Okay, it's delicious. It's basically chocolate and cookies. And it comes like wrapped in like golden aluminum foil. Okay. So you basically just slice off a piece and then okay, wait. So you just take off the aluminum foil because like you can't eat this stuff because this is not part of the food. Tasha showcases food in front of Dodonzo. You slice it like, yeah, basically you slice it like a cake. So see? So this is basically what it looks like. It looks like salami, but it's like a chocolate concoction and cookies. And it's delicious. You don't find chocolate salami. No, gotta be over here, guys. Gotta be over here. It's not. Oh, it's solid. It is solid. And it's delicious. So yeah, this is chocolate salami. It's soft though. It's like soft. It's not pure chocolate. It's a chocolate concoction. This is like, it's basically like, it's almost like, imagine a brownie, okay? Imagine a brownie, but it's like the gooey brownie, but hardened. That's kind of like the consistency I can make up for you. It's like a gooey chocolate brownie, but hardened. It's really good. I really like it. Yeah, my teeth are not that strong. Come on. So yeah, so this is chocolate salami. I grew up with this stuff. I didn't know other countries didn't have it. So it's chocolate though, right? Not me. It's chocolate. That's why it's called chocolate. But it's salami shaped. So they call it chocolate salami. Just because it has the shape of a salami. That's why I asked and you said, yeah, it is solid. It's a solid. It's not a liquid. It's not a gas. It's a solid. I mean, it's a block, but it's not hard. It's soft. Like, what do you mean this is not a block? It's a block. It's a hard, soft block. Okay, it's a hard, soft, salami-shaped brick made of chocolate and cookies. I don't know how else to explain this. Would it be able to be used as a weapon? If you put it in the fridge, absolutely. If you throw this thing at someone's head, you'll cause a bleeder. You doing Typhlosion raids? Okay. Let's not be rude. Yes, but they don't give herbs, so I wasn't interested in them. I'm actually attempting to go shiny hunt Tink, but I need to find it. Tink with a chocolate salami as a hammer. No, it will melt though. If you leave this out in the sun, it melts. Like, it'll just melt. Where do I go? It's so good. Honestly, did not know that you guys didn't have this thing. I was convinced all of Europe has it. You just made an ad for chocolate salami. Are they paying you? I didn't. I'm just showcasing something that I enjoy. Until I see one singular Tink, I don't know if I'm in the right ruins or not. I think if I tell my friends I want a chocolate salami, they would doubt my sanity. And then you showed them this stream and they would be like, oh, that's what they meant. I gotta see if I have tomatoes, actually. Where's my picnic stuff? Oh, I do have tomatoes. I have exactly enough tomatoes. Cool. Think showing this stream will help my argument? I don't know. It would just showcase that the chocolate salami does exist. To you as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have tomatoes, so we can actually picnic. Oh, right. No, we can't picnic because I'm riding on my ride on. You had herbs. I know, I have herbs, but I don't want to, like, get to 0. Let's just put it that way. So I want to have, like, spares. Does that make sense? I want to have spares. Also because there's a few combinations of herbs that, like, don't miss... I can't use 2 of the same. So it would be good to have more than 1 of each kind. I'm a hoarder in Pokemon games, okay? I'm a hoarder in Pokemon games. You can't write and... Nick? Everyone knows. Do they though? Do they? Just can't use 2 sour ones. No, I can't use 2 sour ones, but I also can't use 2 sweet ones depending on the type. No, actually, I can't use 2 sweet ones. I can't use 2 sour ones. And I can also not use a sweet and a sour one. How long have you been playing Pokemon for? You mean like on stream or in life? Cause on stream, I just had my 2-year anniversary. In real life, I started with Silver. Whenever that came out, like early 2000s. So, it's been a while. It's been a while. Okay, so I need 3 tomatoes. I need 1 cucumber, 1 pickle. So it has been a while, so I can use now... See, because I only have like 2 sour ones, and I have 4 sweet ones, but I can't do the 2 sweet ones, I can't do 2 sour ones, and I can't do 1 sweet and 1 sour. So now that I have a spare of the salty one, I can make a sandwich. With 1 salty and 1 sweet. Oh wait, new viewers, gonna need some quotes. Ah yes, I say a lot of crap. I say a lot of nonsense. So, you're welcome. I did the butt trick from the rooftop. Yes, I did. That happened. Pokemon Yellow was my first game. How have you been liking this new game generation? Honestly, sandwich making, I prefer curry. I prefer making the curry. Oh, this is gonna be a difficult sandwich to make because that's a lot of tomatoes. This is gonna be a stack of tomatoes. Oh goodness. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make this. I think the stack of tomatoes is gonna fall down. I like curry more. I like making curry more. I think making curry was more fun. But, Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh! Viva the Doctor, thank you for following! Officially, welcome to Confusion. I'm holding my laptop, give me a sec. Yeah, I was. My cat was... Every time I put something down. Oh my gosh. This is too big of a tower for a sandwich. It definitely was... Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no! It moved way too much. Oh my gosh. Confused you. Has confused by using a swordfish to fight. Yep, on guard. Cucumbers in the middle as they are heavier. Whatever I did, it worked. Is that Scorpia on the follow thing? Yes, it is! Scorpia is my follow thing. So, yeah. Oh! The doctor slaps back with some cheese. Okay, we got a swordfish and some cheese. Okay, I see you guys fighting. No kind of battle you're fighting for, but you're fighting about something. The nerve. Okay, time to pack up and go. Okay, we are now for real, shiny hunting for real. Okay, look at all these tinks. We just need to look at the hammer because Tink doesn't change, which is incredibly disappointing. They missed a golden opportunity to make this doll a different color. So, yes. Also, for the new people, me and my dad. Yes, you heard it correctly. My dad have been developing a game for chat, which we hope at some point will be available for everyone. But for now, we are beta testing it here on my stream. It's basically a Pokemon collection game, where you hatch eggs and you can get shinies. And yeah, the magnificent Mark. Yes, my dad is amazing, guys. My dad is amazing. But yeah, so you can passively play this game online, while I'm online or offline, doesn't make a difference. And you can collect a bunch of Pokemon and get shinies and stuff like that. So it's just a little fun thing to have passively at the same time as stream. So if you would like to play, you are more than welcome to join in. If you type in egg, you will get your very first egg, after which you are eligible to type in the collection command so that you get your collection page, which gives you all the available commands and kind of a rundown of how everything works as well. I am so far very proud. There's a few things here and there that still need to get fixed, but mostly the game is solid and working. So you are welcome to join in if you want to, and if you don't want to, you don't have to. There's currently 10 levels unlocked, the rest is still being worked on. Or 10 routes, I should say. So there you have it. And yeah, we still need to fix a couple of things here and there and just balance things out a little bit better. So it is a beta test. But yeah, I forgot what the real release command. Yeah, the real release command is release, but you can also use yeet. You can have it as yeet as well. But I had to put it as release because, like, yeah. If I say, like, oh, we can just yeet it to my dad would just look at me funny. So yeah. Maybe lurking because I've got to pack for you. Ooh, fun! I hope you enjoy it. Good luck on your secret spy mission. That's a real trooper, though. Yes. That's amazing. You should see him with some of these Pokemon names, though. Like, at some point, he just gives up and says Hupplepup. You get a chance to thank him in my name if you want. I would like him to finish the game. That's for sure, but yeah. Hopefully he has time to get some more things done, like before the summer. Ideally, I would like to have this game ready to like launch on Twitch before summer, but you know, it's gonna depend on real life. Challenge in the class, dude from Belgium said GG. Oh, he knows who you are, dude. He knows who you are. If I tell him Savage said something, he will know that's you. You've been here long enough. Yeah. If I tell my dad, oh, Savage said this and this and this, he'll be like, yeah, cool. Like, he'll know who you are. He'll know who we're speaking of. Same thing for Nitty, same thing for Symbio. And same thing for Sam. You guys have been here long enough that, like, my dad knows your usernames. I think it's kind of funny. Your dad likes me, right? I don't know. My dad likes everyone. It's kind of like me. Like we just like everyone until you prove us wrong. So if you don't prove us wrong, then yes, we all like you. So yeah. I mean, I was raised by a man. Of course I would work the same. I would operate the same way. I see lots of things. If I don't get a shiny with this sandwich, then I think it confirms my theory that I've had for a little bit. Which is basically that you don't get shinies on your first sandwich of the day, you get shinies on your second sandwich of the day. Because like last stream, I made a sandwich, nothing. Second sandwich though, we got 3 shinies and 1 right when the sandwich was and 1 right after the sandwich has ended. I am stumbling around the words. So like, if we don't get a shiny on this first sandwich, this kind of just confirms my theory that shinies come on the second one. Safri! Thank you! Thank you for using your Prime on me! Thank you! I feel special when people use their Primes on me, because like, you get 1 free subscription a month and you decide to use it on me? I feel special. Savage, could you try that emote again? Because I don't think it worked the first time for you. And I don't think I broke the emotes. Yeah, it just says Tiny Tie 18 Hype. It doesn't say my cute little Murkrow emote. Yeah, now it's working. I know. Twitch be going crazy. It's going crazy. Murkrow? No, not Murkrow. Mokuro. It showed up in your chat? Yeah, but like even on the chat here on screen, it didn't show up. It didn't show up on my chat and it didn't show up on the stream overlay. Weird. If the Tinks are no longer on the screen, it's because they've despawned, correct? Or should I be killing all of them? Must have been a fluke. I don't know, maybe. If they blip, they gone, like gone. Okay. They get Thanos snapped, but don't return. Gotcha. Others return, though. Return. I don't know what's up with me and the today. It's been going on the entire day, actually. It's really annoying. Like, all the T's are turning into th. I think it's because I bit my tongue this morning. Like blood kind of bit my tongue. You spilled too much tea with that story. I don't know, man. So now I got troubles with... No, like this has literally been going on since this morning, and I think it's because I bit my tongue when I was eating breakfast today. Like, a little bit of blood and everything, so... I think that might be it. Cause baby, now we got bad blood. I know we used to be mad love. So take a look what you've done. Cause baby, now we got bad blood. Hey! Now we got problems. And I don't think we can solve them. Yeah, I can't do Taylor Swift, man. That girl sings like crazy. I mean, granted, I can't do any artist because I don't sing. I sing, but I know I don't sing, so I just annoy you guys when I sing. And ha! That is your problem, not mine. I'm enjoying myself. That was the last clip from Game Grumps about that song. Oh no. What's it about? It's really short. Does it have copyright music on it? Because my alarm is going off. Sorry. Nope, no copyright. Okay. Sure, shoot. Did you see if any of your shinies are marked small or big? No, I did find out that I had 2 marked shinies. I had a marked Shuppet, and the Tatsugiri I got last time was also marked, but none of them I don't think were marked big or small. They had different marks. Far enough for them to despawn. If I just keep going around in circles, that should be fine. No, some tells you if they are big. I don't think I saw any indications of if they were or not, but I got like 20 more minutes for the sandwich to finish. We will check afterwards. Sounds good? Sounds good. Yeah, I want 100%. I feel like I need, can I pin it? Yes, please. Let's see where this is gonna open up and how loud it's gonna be. Okay, it's opening in the right place. Oh my gosh.
That song is really good. I can't believe you've never heard that song before.
No.
It's
Okay. Yeah, cool. I don't know why I expected something a lot funnier than just like the dude singing and laughing. But yeah. I was if you really listen to it, that is how she sings it. Yes, I know. But I don't know why. I was expecting something a little bit more funny. I was expecting more funnies. You must not blame me, for I expected more funnies. I have another one of these short ones from Keisha. No, I'm good. If it's gonna be more or less the same, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I actually saw a short or Instagram thingamajig today of like a dude like singing a country song about how to write a country song, and it was honestly so funny that I've considered posting it on the Discord, and then I forgot because I was at work. So yeah. I always consider things but never. I was at work. Things happen at work and then I forget. If I forget what I just said 2 minutes ago, you really think I wouldn't forget something that happened 10 minutes ago? Things happen. So, yes, work happens. Clients happen. Humans show up and then I have to deal with them. I sound like the demon lord, like, oh, those damn humans. They keep showing up and then I have to clean them up. I know I said clean them up. I don't think I'm okay. Not the humans, damn those humans. Always causing a mess, them humans. Suppose it's... Yeah. I swear, not that bad. Is the trash compact in the trash compactor? They go swish. I mean, listen, if they're kind of like, hello Oliver, no, you cannot have the chocolate salami. You will die if you eat this. Oh, don't look at me like you're mad. You know you can't eat this. I'm just gonna put this over here. He's a good boy, though. He's a good boy. You want some scratchies? Yeah? Yeah? You want scratchies? Scratchy. You can't... No, it should have been, you can't have the chocolate salami, you will die. Because it's true, he would. Because cats can't have chocolate. Same as dogs. Want me to... No, dude. It's fine. Whatever you think is funniest. All the little things running around. None of them have a copper hammer. Like, what if I just launch? Okay. You can add the part now. He would have died. True. That is true. That would make it funny. Provided I remember. I might remember. I mean, my memory is like a goldfish, but yeah, sure. I can't forget about your chocolate salami. Chocolate salami is so good. I usually don't buy it though, but like Aldi had it. I was like, Here's the thing though. I can't really go grocery shopping if I'm like kind of hungry, because like I will buy things that I don't need. And when I say things, I mean like food. So yeah. Fish actually have good memory. Who has bad memory? Which animal has bad memory? But wait, did you say that came from Aldi? Yes! Out of like the store-bought salamis, I think, it's chocolate salamis, I think Aldi has one of the nicer ones. So... What's Aldi? Oh, right, different. Safri is in a different continent. Aldi is like a supermarket. I don't know what kind of supermarkets you have there, but it's a supermarket. Like a big, small supermarket. Don't they put goldfish in round tanks since it will forget the start when they make a circle? That's why it's humane, or is that wrong? I have no idea. It's like you have multiple chains of supermarkets here, and like Aldi is like the big, say, let's say European chain, but it's considered a small supermarket here. The two like big supermarkets we have here are called Continent and Auchan. I'm pretty sure Auchan is like Spanish as well, or French. I don't know. Continent is just continent. We also have Spar here, but Spar is like for the bougie foreigners that don't know better. But yeah. Here none of the supermarkets are big. Well, I say big. When I say big, I don't mean America big. Cause like nothing is America big. Like America's just too big. So So yeah. Like low class. Oh no, it's literally like for the bougie people. Cause like you can find like international foods at Spar, but they're like incredibly expensive and just not worth it. And you can probably like find like better quality, cheaper stuff at like a regular supermarket than Spar. But like, yeah, so we say it's for like the bougie people, as in the people that have money and know no better. But yeah. I was at Walmart there. It was huge. Yeah, so imagine the Walmart in America. Divide that by like 5, and that's the size of a large supermarket here. Yeah, and then we have like Aldi and Lidl, but those are like the big, say, European chains, but they're small supermarkets here. Same here. Yeah, so basically it would go like, okay, if you have Walmart as a comparison, divide that by like 5, and you get a big supermarket here. Carrefour is pretty huge in places. Yeah, that's true. We used to have one here, but then it got exchanged for an Leclerc, which then got exchanged for a Continent. We also have Intermarché, which is, I believe, also a French chain of supermarkets. That's like rivaling Carrefour. But yeah, I have no idea if I'm saying these names correctly in like improper French. I don't speak French, so I don't care. This is how everyone here pronounces it, so whatever. So yeah. But yeah, so basically grab a Walmart, divide it by 5, you sort of get a large supermarket here, and then divide that in half and you get one of the like smaller but still supermarket-y supermarkets as well. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of it. That always made me chuckle if you reply to someone, je ne parle français, you just did. Yeah. Listen. Je ne parle français. Je suis perdu. S'il vous plaît, contactez le numéro suivant. Croissant. And then we have bonjour. And then we have je m'appelle Natasha. And then we have what else do we have? Je me casse. Je me casse. I like that one. Je me casse. Got that one from the song from Eurovision. How much time? We got 7 minutes left on the sandwich. What else do we have? Merci. Merci. And bye bye petit papillon. We got that one from Miraculous Ladybug. What was that supposed to mean? I'm a woman? Or am I taking too Dutch here? Wait, is that one? Oh, wait, I think we got it! Yay! I got the tank! Okay, now which Pokeball do I use with this thing? Tank is pink, but the hammer is bronze. And it stays pink with the bronze hammer. No, I'm not using a love ball. It's pink and bronze. I kind of don't... No, definitely not the moon ball. The moon ball has blue. I'm honestly kind of considering the luxury ball. Let me just stare at Tinkaton. Let me just stare at shiny Tinkaton. I don't care. I like Je me casse more. Huh. We're gonna base the Pokeball on Tinkaton. Because here's a problem though. I only have 2 love balls. So if I don't catch this thing, then I'm gonna have a problem. Honestly, the heal ball might actually work too. Okay, so we're gonna do the following. I am going to put this thing to sleep. I'm gonna try a love ball. And if I can't catch it with the first love ball, we're gonna throw a heal ball at it. And I think that's what we're gonna do. It's level 17. I feel like it's low enough to like... Right? Okay, it's asleep. I'm gonna throw one singular love ball. But not the opposite gender. No, it isn't. Should I change the Pokemon first? Okay. Okay. We got plans. We got plans. Okay, it's still asleep. Okay, I'm gonna throw one love ball. If it doesn't catch, it's gonna go into a heal ball. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Come on. Yes! All right. And how much time do we have left? Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, that's... Never mind. Boxes? Boxes. Yay! And we got it with the first sandwich. It's in the wrong box though. Where's the shiny box? Here's the shiny box. Actually, these two aren't shiny. So I need to move them. There you go. Guys, we basically almost have an entire box full. Oh. I'll give you that one, yes. You're good. Go do Iron Valiant? Why? I'm gonna just check if this thing is marked, actually. It's asleep. You have 4 minutes left. No, it's fine. I'm not gonna find one. I don't think those raids are available anymore anyways. Okay, let's have a looky-loo. It doesn't have ribbons or marks. Oh, Iron Valiant. I don't know why. I was thinking of the robot Virizion. I was thinking of the robot Virizion. Also, I don't remember how to get to Iron Valiant, so it's fine. It's fine. So basically, I am going to swap Tink with Tink. We're gonna put Tink in over here. And I'm gonna put this Tink over here. Actually, I'm gonna move me right on. You can go sit in this box. Like a minute left. 2 minutes left. Oh, right, I should save. I should save. Save is a good thing. Save is a good thing. Okay. But yay! I'm gonna do one more lap. Just to be safe. See if I don't miss anything else. Okay, let's go. Can I change the hunt overlay next time? Yes! That is true. And I didn't even have to change from 1 bread to 2 breads. It's just 1 bread. Shiny hunting is really weird and it's really easy somehow. So, yeah. Let's see here. Kind of. Oh, this has like 2 raids right one next to the other. I think with the way this game was made, they kind of... Yeah, maybe a little bit. They forked up. You're using good place words now! And I understand them! I honestly really like the music in this area. It's very chill. Very, very chill. I missed the grass one? Oh, the grass one's on top of the mountain. Cake. What? Safri? What? Oh! I got a grass annihilate. Oh, back to front, front to back. Will you come backwards with me? Backwards with me. Back to front, front to back. Will you come backwards with me? And I'm back to Eliza Doolittle. We are doing good. I have an Annihilate. That's a grass type. And it's a 5-star. And 5 stars can give herbs. So... Yes, yes, I know I'm saying it wrong. I don't care. I don't care. Just to be stubborn, I will continue calling it Annihilate. Did you kind of explain chocolate salami wrong? No, I didn't. It's literally that. Say it's a solid, but it is a solid brick. It's a soft, solid brick. You're threading the needle, lady. But I didn't explain it wrong, though. It's a soft, solid brick. If you throw this thing at someone's head, they will get hurt. But if you slice a piece off and you try to eat it, it's nice and soft. Let us slide this one time. Guys, if anyone wants to join me on this one, I'm gonna open it up. But if not, I'm gonna attempt this one alone. Because I got 2 bingo marks already. Yes, yes you do. 2 or 3? No, you got 3 bingo marks today. You got the sweatpants check today, we got the me being on time today, and we got the me singing a made up song today. So that's 3 checks today. You had 3 checks last stream and 3 checks. I think I'm making these bingo cards way too easy. I think I need to make them harder. You're off the hook for today. Every song is made up. Yes, but there's a difference between it being made up and already in existence and between it me just pulling it out of a hat. You're off the hook for today every time. Or you are too random. Maybe put in a max 3 claws per stream. You don't have a hat. Now I do. I now have a hat. Well, well, well. Look who has a hat. It's round though. I'm gonna put the Pokeball back together now. Oh no, oh no, oh no, please don't break. You're already dented because the cats dropped you. I'm struggling. Close. There we go. There are things in here. So. Wait. Come here, Oliver. Come here. Come here. Can I catch you, Oliver? Can I catch you with the Pokeball? Boop. And now he would zoof in here. That would be terrifying. I'm gonna put this back in the corner. Yes, sir. Timestamp done. The 1/2 of the ball, though. Hey, you said I didn't have a hat, so I made a hat happen. That's how this works. I'll shut up now. Get outsmarted. Brain. Cell. Singular. just the singular one. Sometimes it works and sometimes it really doesn't. Brain cell, you're not gonna get much for that thing unless you study. Hey, I know things. It's just mostly medical information relevant to my cats or myself or Bruno or my parents, and not really relevant for anyone else, and also just a bunch of nonsense, and not nonsense, like actual stuff, but that aren't really things. Yeah, I know things. True. I think that I think that I know things is a quote. Maybe. I don't remember. It doesn't snow in Twitch. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. It also doesn't snow where I live, which is very sad. Very sad. Imagine that was one. That would be a coincidence way bigger than a coincidence. I think we're being monitored. Oh, that did a lot of damage. I should be paying more attention because that did a lot of damage. Can I bitter blade again before this dude attacks me again? Cause like, you can dance. Oh, the bingo is marked. Oh, I didn't, dude. I don't know half the things that are on this bingo card. Like, sincerely. You use outrage, I go back to using bitter blade and suck your energy out. I'll watch it like. Yeah, like I have like I think like I had a total of like 5 pre-made bingo cards that I made like maybe like 3 months ago. So I don't actually remember what's in any of them. I get a sense that I should make them harder because I think I'm too all over the place. I can exploit. Can you though? Can you? My cat's got the zoomies. I can hear them like running and parkouring through the house. I'm in the red. How dare thee! Hit yourself in confusion. Hit yourself in confusion. Hit yourself in confusion. Or not. Am I gonna make this? I don't know if I'm gonna make this. I only have 4 bitter blades left and I need health. Well, don't make it harder, make smarter. Isn't really gonna work with that brain of yours, so might as well just work harder. It's not you, though. Who's not me? I am me. Wait, the Annihilate isn't me? Wait, I fainted? Oh, you suck. Tasha's not Tasha, but I am me. Am I not me? But I am me. Yeah, we are not making this. This is not a thing that's gonna happen. Or are you? Maybe I am. Who took your place when you went to... My invisible twin. Well, that doesn't make any sense because if it's invisible, you wouldn't be able to see them. I got blown out of the cavern. So sad. So sad. You're from the bad place in the good place suit. Zzz. Haha, you figured me out. Now I don't have to be nice to y'all anymore. Okay, people, here's the deal. You all suck. No, I'm just kidding. Bad Janet. Yeah, I don't really do chewing gum though. So I don't know how far I can be bad Janet considering I don't chewing gum. I don't eat I actually tried eating chewing gum when I got back from Italy. And I found again the reason why I don't chewing gum. You're phone addicted, I think? No, I wouldn't say that either, honestly. I wouldn't really say that either, no. I think I'm pretty decent. Like, yeah. Theories are not holding up. Well, dang. Like, I can do without the phone, but I like the phone for entertainment. That's kind of it. Or you're acting and that is what you want me to think. Nah. Like, da-dun! Sparse. Okay, so the question now is... Do I go... Is there a... Like, there's no way to buy herbs, right? Like, is there a way to buy herbs? Because if there was a way to buy herbs, I would be like, we gold. You know? Sweat and tears is what it takes. Okay, but like, if I... Okay, but like, if I were to make a sandwich without the herbs, that would increase the sparkling power. Is there a way to make a sparkling sandwich without herbs? Because if that's an option, the shiny odds in this game are already ridiculously high. No. If it has to have a herb to have the sparkling thing. Okay. Don't think. Okay. Where's the map? Did you guys hear that? I think that might have been Bruno snoring and coughing at the same time. But I'm not sure. Oh, no, don't open the door. I thought something was, I don't know, falling apart, breaking, yeah. Scaring you in sleep. Well, I'd rather get scared while I'm awake by him sleeping than get hit by his spasms while I'm trying to sleep and he's sleeping. So, So there's that. Or picked up while awake. Yes, definitely. That's definitely a thing. He should know better. We've been together for 10 years, for crying out loud. He should know better. You should have a talk about that. Well, he knows, and we did. Right after I started screaming at him because he picked me up. Or right after, during he was picking me up when I started screaming at him to put me down. Like, he knows. He just thought it was funny. Thought you were on stream 5 minutes after it happened. Yes, I was. What, you don't think I got time to talk to the man? Not that difficult to say, I don't like being picked up, so don't pick me up. That doesn't take 5 minutes. No, I didn't realize I was hurt. That's the thing. I didn't realize that I hurt my throat when I was screaming. I only realized that afterwards. So yeah. It's fine though. I mean, it isn't fine, but it's fine, you know? Whoa, Bellacha! Hi! Bella is here! Long time! Hi! Ghost type, ground type? Finished DVD? DVD? More words, please? What's DBD? Database Dead by Daylight. Okay. I still don't actually really know what that is, but yay, good for you. What Pokemon do I bring? Oh, it's a game with killers. Oh, that sounds so fun. For everyone except me. Okay, guys, I'm gonna open this up to everyone. If you want to join, join. You can play Michael Myers and stuff and kill people. Notorious killer villains in one game. Yeah, that sounds lovely. Just fabulous. And you can also play the survivor with... I can tell you right now, it's not Pokemon, so I would not enjoy that game. We do enough killing, aka fainting, with the Pokemon game, so when I say it like this, it sounds like I have some serious issues. 1 killer and 4 survivors. This sound, yeah, no, you got, yeah. So there's this thing called a shrink, or a psychologist. I'm sure they would be able to help you with your condition. Just joking, obviously. Am I doing it wrong by going with an electric type against a ground type? Because they're not gonna do things. I know, I really like the game. It's the tension, I think. Shrink, is that what you did? No. No, I'm naturally this small. Should I just bring Meowscarada? Bring Meowscarada. Anyway, and no, I did not shrink, okay? I grew up to this size, and then by age of 14, I was this size and I stopped growing. I am Dutch, and I am small. For someone that has Dutch genes, tall dad and very tall grandparents on my dad's side, I am small. On the other hand, my mom and my grandma on my mom's side are tiny, but my grandpa on my mom's side, who is a man I've never met because he passed away when my mom was 18, I've been told was a very tall man as well. So, by that logic, I have Dutch jeans. They're ordered online. Oiki, welcome on in. I could go for some Dutch jeans too. But yeah, I'm a fat no. Nah. Tasha has just, yeah, I have Dutch jeans. My Dutch jeans actually ripped and I can't wear them anymore, but my Dutch jeans are from birth. But yeah. But yeah, if you do process of elimination, okay? So I have 3 tall grandparents out of 4. Okay? I have a tall dad and a short mom. So if you count that, I should have more tall genetics than I do short genetics. I ended short. I took the short straw. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, short people, we may be short, but we gain the ability to climb counters like a pro. So, hey, on the plus side, we can climb counters like a pro. Like, Bruno gets scared when I climb up on the counters because I can't reach things and I'm too lazy to grab a chair. So I just climb on top of the counter. And Bruno's just like, what are you doing, woman? I'm just like, yeah, I wanted to reach that shelf. So, spider monkey. Nah, I think it's more like just monkey. Savage and I met last week, and I think my energy gave him small heart attacks. Gave him? What do you mean your energy gave him small heart attacks? Did you, like, energy drinks? Guard dog, hello, welcome on in. Hi. And you're so silent? No, I don't believe. Savage silent? I mean, granted, I talk a lot on stream, but I'm actually pretty silent myself. So, I mean, I guess I get that. Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, I don't do energy drinks either. Like, if this energy is all natural. Imagine if I were on energy drinks. We haven't had a real IRL talk before. Also true. Yeah, there's a reason. Listen, there's a reason why, even though I work full time and then I stream 3 times a week, there's a reason why I don't really leave my house on the weekends. Because if I leave my house on the weekends, it means I have to go deal with people outside. I don't want to deal with people outside because, like, my energy will be drained from the entire week. So, if I'm ever on the situation where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go meet up with my friends, I'm like prepping like 2 weeks in advance. Okay, what do I gotta do during the week so that my energy is sufficient for hanging out with friends and not being drained? Sometimes I still get drained. But usually the 3-hour train ride, 3.5-hour train ride helps with, you know, because I don't have to talk to anyone on the train if I'm going alone. May I'm perfectly fine with your energy. Yes! Energy! Energy! That's good already. But it's like just now that I was slick. You were slick? How slick were you? I talk so much, I even gave a chance. moment, I'm confused. I have no idea what's going on anymore. I thought I knew where this was going. I have no idea where this is going anymore. Didn't feel anything was wrong. Yeah, some people do talkie-talkie, some people do listen-listen. So... when I have useful stuff to say, I will say it. Oh, no. I always think that stuff. Okay, but like the random stuff you think about, do you say that out loud? Because I do. Yes, Bella, she had 2 peas in a pod. Yeah, I sometimes have to think about not saying what I'm thinking out loud. It's an issue. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Like even like with just streaming, I'm like actively reminding myself not to say swear words. I'm not saying I'm a sailor, but I do seamlessly like put swear words into sentences sometimes. These people now know where they stand with people. Yes! No filter! We mean no harm, but we have no filter. Good thing is I know this about Bella and I have 0 problems with how we talk. Yay! Friendship! But yeah. The really funny thing is, like, one of my best friends is like the exact opposite when it comes to that. Like, not in terms of like BS, but like my wifey, okay, my bestie, my wifey, she usually keeps very much like to herself, and like she doesn't really like talk a lot for fear of being bothersome. But here's the thing, like once you can drag the information out of her and she like starts spilling it all, it's same brain. If you don't take things the wrong way, neither will I. We can just talk so freely. It's fun. Yeah, usually if I have a problem, like if I'm not like in work mode, and I have a problem with something someone said or something someone did, I'm just gonna go like, so you did this thing or you said this thing, I don't like it, this is why. And you can do with that information whatever the hell you want. Sounds like Rue? Who is Rue? I think I remember someone with the username that starts with Rue on your streams, Bella, here. I sometimes lurk, but usually I'm still like at work or coming back from work. When you're streaming, so it doesn't really happen often, but yeah. Met her on Twitch, but we became besties IRL now. Oh, that's so cute! I love that for ya! Me and Bella, we can just either start straight talking or be like, hey, how's it going? It just flows. Oh yeah, me and her, we're just like, there's days where we just send memes to each other. Like we communicate through memes. And there's other days where it's like, hey, how you doing? And then of course, if she dares to reply with I'm fine, I'm just like, girl, you know how it goes. People just shouldn't reply with I'm fine. What did I bump into? So small. Rue is really sweet. Aww. Wish they were here so they could actually see all these compliments. And feel awkward. I don't know if they feel... like, am I the only one that feels awkward when receiving compliments? Because I feel really weird when receiving compliments and I don't like that. But I know that there's people that actually, like, enjoy compliments. I'll change the color since we are both green. Aw, bam! And now Bella just pink. Yes. I feel like I should end stream. I'm kind of enjoying myself, but I'm also kind of starting to feel tired. So, like, I don't actually know what to do. And tomorrow's Saturday, so, like, all bets are off. I only have one chore to do tomorrow. And that's, like, I have to go to the pet store to buy food. And that's about it. So, like, I don't actually know what I'm doing right now. Don't overdo yourself. Nah, I won't. Like, I am tired, but that's also because I worked the entire day. Wait, I can't escape? Why can't I not? I was thinking, like, I should say something about the hours. Yeah, I've been streaming for, like, almost 3.5 hours. It's, like, almost midnight here as well, which means for the rest of Europe peeps, it's 1 a.m. and for Safri, it's probably, like, I don't know, 3, 4 a.m.? I don't know if Safri's still here or not, but should be late. It's 2. Oh! Wait, you're only on a 2-hour difference? I thought you were 3 or 4 hours different. Didn't realize it that you still fell in the 2-hour difference mark. 1 a.m. party! Well, it's midnight for me, so unless you guys want to wait another hour, then we can have a 1 a.m. party when it's 1 a.m. for me. How about that? I am not being able to kill this Frostlass. There we go. I'm coming out, so you better get this party started. I'm coming out, yeah, I'm coming out. I'm coming out, so you better get this party started. Get this party started on a Saturday night. We love pink. Freaking love pink. Honestly, like, I am not the kind of person that would be like, yes, let's go to a concert. Because, like, being surrounded by a lot of people kind of gives me, like, I don't want to say claustrophobia because it doesn't matter if we're inside or outside, but it kind of does. But, like, I would sacrifice that to go to a pink concert if I got offered tickets. I would not purposely put myself in that position and spend money to put myself in that position. But if someone ever gave me tickets to go to a pink concert, I would go. Like, if someone gave me tickets to go to any other concert, I wouldn't. But pink is, like, the exception. Freaking love pink. Pink is amazing. The artist, not the color. Not a fan of pink, the color for myself. I think it doesn't look bad. I feel like pink looks really bad on me as well. Like, in terms of, like, clothing. I know, I feel like I get washed out. Like, red's fine, but pink's like, meh. Okay, if Tasha had a sugar daddy, she would go. No, not even that. Like, I'm just saying, like, if someone bought tickets for themselves but couldn't go and gave me those tickets, I would go. But if someone purposefully bought tickets for me, I would be like, I would still go. Don't get me wrong, I would still go, but I would be more like, you shouldn't have bought the tickets. You shouldn't have spent that money on me. And meanwhile, Bella is like, I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. Should I be concerned? Oh. Oh my gosh, no. Can we go back? Can we go back to like the more pops? Can we go back to more pops? Like, I don't mind the rocks, but like, I think the pops are more my vibe. I keep trying to opening the map app and failing at it. That rocks. But does it rock? Does it rock though? Does it? Does that rock actually rock? That is the question. Oh, did you hear? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson actually announced a live-action Moana, and like, I'm all for it on the singular condition: if Auli Carvalho doesn't play Moana, then the whole thing's rigged. Didn't hear? She will. Fabulous. Fantastic. Just that's all it needed. Like, it needed Auli Carvalho to like play Moana. That's all it needed. It's a psychic type psychic. What's good against psychic? Dark is good against psychic. Okay, I'm gonna open this up again. If anyone wants to help me out and carry me, I'll do my best, but if anyone wants to carry me, here's the code. For a psychic type, indeedy. But yeah. You know what I would really like to see live action? Bug, Dark, Ghost. Yeah, so we got Bug and Dark on Meowscarada, so we're good. You know what I would like out of the Disney things, what I would really like to see live action would be a Princess and the Frog movie. I think a Princess and the Frog movie live action could be so fun. Bella's so smart. Bella knows all the things. Yes. Very smart. Much smart. Much brain in that noggin. It's not like I studied it for almost 3 years. No. Who does that? Honestly, I know, like, I know type effectivenesses, but like when I get tired, I stop knowing them. Because like my brain just doesn't go get that information. I had an actual chart. Wow. Damn. Okay. That's like... you're like... Study. You made flashcards? So like when you say you studied it, you mean like you legitimately studied it like you were taking a test at school? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I don't know if I'm impressed or if I think you're crazy. Or both. Could be both. Could be both. Could be both. I could be and impressed and think you're crazy. Could be both. Yeah, it might be both. Like in the split ring? Oh my god. I joined a tourney on the Pokemon game that I played in and like... Ah, so you had a tournament. Used it for studying Japanese as well. Yeah, I tried studying Japanese. And I have tried studying Japanese. And I failed. I know like half a dozen words. And like a little bit of hiragana and katakana. And like maybe 2 or 3 like kanjis, but that's about it. I think Tasha knows PCG. Yes! The community game for Twitch, right? I just visualize a move being super effective. And then it becomes super effective, right, Safri? Like you just mentally go for it. I did it in evening classes for 3 years. Good turn, yeah, cool. So I'm in nerd mode. Hey! Nothing wrong with going nerd mode. Nothing wrong with going nerd mode. Honestly, I went nerd mode trying to explain Miraculous Ladybug to my friends one time. They got very confused. Hachimon is a community game for Twitch, maybe sometime as well. Yes, that's supposed to grow into that, yes. When it's finished, which it isn't right now. We were like, oh, Bella joined Easy Win, so then... I like that. I like that. Yeah. You think you can beat me easily? Well, guess what? I'ma kick your booty. Respect for that. Definitely. Quarterfinals. You go, Bella. You go, Bella. Last turn I was undefeated. I don't have a crown, I have a Batwoman mask though, so like here's your crown. Yes, queen. Playing mental chess games like a pro. You got trained by Pokemon Master. I don't know who that is, but they did good. Your friend, okay. I'm assuming they're good if they helped you to get to quarters. Try saying the name. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Isn't that what I'm saying? Sure. Like whoosh and für. Sure. Hello, Oliver. Have you come for more scratchies? Oh. No. You cannot have chocolate salami, sir. Go anywhere else. No chocolate salami. Yes. And fur. Pure. Sure. I know Dutch. I know that 2 U's are U. Here. Yeah, Oliver's being a needy baby. Oh, or that, or he's trying to eat the chocolate salami. The boy has pica. He will literally eat anything if you let him. Especially socks. And wood. Yeah. You need to hear about the chocolate salami. Yes, I have chocolate salami. Wait. Wait, let's see the reaction. Let's see the reaction. Chocolate salami, Bella. No, we're talking about actual chocolate salami. Actually, is Polly alive? He hasn't been in a while. He's just super busy. Okay. Alive. Mentally maybe dead, but physically alive. Yeah, he's okay. So, let me finish this raid and I will enlighten you on chocolate salami, okay? And no, it's not the Polly kind. Let me just try and not beat this in DD, basically. There's no way I'm gonna win this. Pets! Can I just... No? Can I... Hello? Oh no, I'm not winning this. Yeah. It's not by much, but I'm not winning this. Very sad. Who sends Bella prepped meats? Yes, I know, because Polly is a butcher. It would make sense that he would send salami. Because he works with meats. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. I'm just... I don't know. Not doing good. Okay, let me explain the actually, you know, here's what I'm gonna do, okay? I'm actually gonna put everyone on full screen, or put myself on full screen. How does that sentence work? I'm gonna go on full screen, I'm gonna explain chocolate salami, and I'm gonna go to sleep. How about that? I think that sounds like a good plan. I think this sounds like a good plan. Okay. Okay. I should probably leave it out. Okay. So, put you guys in full screen. Bling. Okay. So, chocolate salami. It is a soft hard brick. Composed of chocolate and cookies. Okay? And it's called chocolate salami because it resembles a salami, but it has nothing to do with meat. It's just chocolate and cookies. So this is the chocolate salami. It comes in the supermarket like prepackaged ones. Okay, and you cut it like a cake. And this is what it looks like. It's just chocolate and cookies. And here we have Oliver attempting to eat. You cannot have chocolate, sir. You will die. You cut slices as if it's a cake. So you basically cut them like... And yeah. And it's freaking delicious. It's not chocolate covered salami. No, it's chocolate and cookies in the shape of salami. And I got this at Aldi. So I thought you guys would have known, at least those who have Aldi. I thought y'all would have known what this is, but I didn't expect y'all to have no idea what chocolate salami is, because it's like freaking delicious. And there's recipes for it online as well. I've never actually successfully managed to make one, but yeah. I just brought up the chocolate salami. Like, well, Ruru told me the Netherlands Aldi and Aldi is also very different, like in the snack area. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, understandably, our Aldi here has precise nata, which I'm certain that we are the only Aldi, that Portugal has the only Aldis that have that, because it's like a typically Portuguese like thing. So I would expect it. I would also expect like the Aldis in the Netherlands to have like kaasbroodjes, which is something I dearly would love for the Aldi here to have, but they don't. They have something that resembles it, but it's not the same. So yeah. But yeah, chocolate salami though, I could have sworn that this would be like Circus is life. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's freaking delicious. When my aunts once went to a Dutch supermarket asking for Hollandse kaas. You realize that's a brand, right? Yes, all cheese in the Netherlands is Dutch cheese, but Hollandse, I believe Hollandse is actually a brand. I'm like 70% sure that Hollandse is an actual brand of cheese. Oh, I have no idea. Listen, there's one thing you have to understand. Yes, I am Dutch. Yes, I grew up surrounded with Dutch culture provided by my parents. I've never actually lived in the Netherlands, okay? I've been to Amsterdam multiple times in my life, but I've never actually lived there. So there are parts that I don't know, because I've never actually lived there. And yes, I've gone to supermarkets. Of course I went to Albert Heijn. I had to go get snacks somewhere. But like, it's not like, I wouldn't pay attention to like the little things that I would pay attention because in supermarkets here because I live here. You know, it's just a different experience. Albert Heijn. Then the cashier was just not having it that day, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, Albert Heijn is goated. Yeah. You grew up in Portugal? I was born and raised here! Born and raised in Portugal. Speak Portuguese from here. Speak Portuguese with the Brazilian accent. Speak Dutch. Went to Dutch school 3 hours a week for 10, 11 years? Something along those lines. I'm literally fluent in Dutch. Did not manage to finish my Dutch degree though. I didn't finish my Dutch school because I had a little accident with what we thought was my shoulder. Turned out it was my spine. And I ended up it ended up like affecting my right arm for like 9 months. So I got delayed and then I changed schools and the scheduling was no longer compatible. So I needed like a year and a half to fully finish like the Dutch like the equivalent to like the standard Dutch education system. But I didn't finish. I did finish the Portuguese school though. So I'm good. But yeah, so I grew up with all that. FYI, the camera is mirrored, so her right is left for us. Yes. This is right. This is left. But yeah. So I did grow up with Dutch culture. I did grow up with Brazilian culture, and I grew up with somewhat Portugal culture. I'm being honest, I know more Dutch culture than the other two, and I live in Portugal. So yeah. No, that's wrong. What is wrong? How's that? No, this is right. This is my right hand. This is my left hand. I'm confused. Yes, this is my left. The camera is mirrored. The camera is mirrored, so this is my left, and this is my right. Chat is on my right. You guys are on my right. I think Sasha said mirror twice. No, because if you mirror it twice, then you're unmirrored. Hold on. That's the wrong button. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh gosh. I think I broke stream for a second. No, I was going for Jonas Brothers. Wait, why can't I figure this out? What am I doing? Wait, is this the button? Nope, I'm upside down now. Wait, is this the button? Nope. I was gonna unflip the camera, but I don't remember how to do it. Yes, this is how I operate with everything. Okay? It's like I just press random buttons until the effect that I want to happen happens, or I get angry and quit. Or get confused and press more buttons and potentially break stuff. So I was gonna unthing the camera, but I don't think it lets me. I'm an idiot. I got berries. I did have berries indeed. Like roller coaster when hell holds. Now the song left my head. I can't get back. I can't get it back. It's gone. Anyways. Safri, for you who probably are still confused with everything, if you flip me around where my little mark is on this side of the forehead, you'll have the real me. This is mirror me. This is mirrorverse me. You get confused, you're doing it right here. That's true, that's true. If you get confused, you're in the right place because we're all confused here. So, doing good. Doing real good. But yeah. Lovely people, I have, somehow... No way. Yeah, way, dude. She has been tricking us inside. Yeah, it's like, this is all fake. You know, this dot is actually on this side. Like, damn. This hair part is actually on this side. Yeah. Could you believe it? ... It's a, I don't want to call it a birthmark because it's technically, I wasn't born with it. It just showed up in my early life, but yeah. Yeah, like for real, it's like, it's all on the other side. Like you gotta flip my face around and you'll have the real face. I know what it is. It's what makes you you. No. Really? Holy crap. That's like the discovery of the century. You know what? Almost 29 years on this earth. I did not figure that out. It's like absolute news to me. No, but I realized I got this mark, I think after I was like 4 or 5 years old, because I actually have a picture of myself while I was still blonde. Let me see if I can show you. Where I don't actually have that mark. Okay, you guys want to see baby Tasha? You're not gonna believe it. I'm gonna show it to you on my phone, so I don't know what, I can't guarantee the quality. But yeah, dude, caps lock, dude. Don't know why you need to ask. Okay, here's baby me. I was blonde. This is not painted. My hair just naturally got darker. And yes, clearly the eyes are still the same. I still have the same amount of sass. But yeah, that's me. When I was, I think, 4 years old or something like that. So that mark hadn't grown in yet. Ja. Zo'n deugend toen al. I was adorable, okay? I was adorable. What are you even on about? But yeah. That's me. I was blonde. And now I'm not. Now I'm dark brown, almost. I lost the blonde, and then I lost the curls. And then, so basically my hair started getting darker, and I started losing the curls. But then, birth control in my arm. And now the curls have grown back. So, yeah. I was blonde as well. It's the Dutch. It's the Dutch. It's the Dutch, dude. It's the Dutch. The Dutch genetics. You're born blonde. Like, and when I say Dutch, I mean like Dutch, Belgium, Germany. It's all blonde. I was curly. I was curly, and then I was straight, and now I'm back to curly again. I don't know how it started growing this way. I had black hair when I was born. Super. Do you paint your hair, Bella? Cause like your hair is not dark. Bella went left. Bella did the opposite of me. I went dark and Bella went light. Wait, that's where my blonde went. Bella, we didn't know it yet, but like my blonde got transferred to you. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's crazy. Let's go. Yeah. Plot twist, man. We didn't even know each other. Yeah. Doing good, guys. Doing good. But yeah. So yeah, I got birth control in my arm to fix other health issues, and my hair started growing curly again. So it's been nearly 6 years. And I haven't gone blonde again, so you still have to think. Yeah, I actually have to switch it out in December. So it's gonna come out of this arm, and the new one's gonna come in on this arm, so that's gonna be a fun time. But yeah. I gotta switch it out every 3 years. But honestly, it fixed my anemia. Like I'm not even joking, it fixed my anemia. Like if I wasn't taking this kind of birth control, I would have so many health issues. Like this birth control is literally like fixing health issues. So yeah. Implant. Don't eat water though. I mean, plants that are inside do still need water. Hormones for women are so important. Yes, they are. I mean, I know birth control doesn't work for everyone, but like when it works, it works. It's just as simple as that. So yeah. It's also saved me so much money. Like, you don't understand. Yes, it fixed my health issues, but holy crap, I saved. Like, I did the math a couple of months ago. I saved so much money. I saved so much money because I didn't have to buy certain products. So I'm just like, yep. It's only got plus sides. I mean, yes, it has a downside, which means it's kind of stupid. Birth control. What do you mean expensive? This is free. We get free birth control here. This is free. I don't pay for this. 110. Are you kidding me right now? This is free. The implant I have in my arm, the birth control, is free. I just schedule an appointment with my my family medicine doctor, and I get the birth control. And yes, the appointment is €5. But €5 once every 3 years to get birth control, that's nothing. You can just combine that with your yearly checkup. And you just get birth control. Like, yeah, if you have to buy it at the pharmacy, it's not cheap. I think it's like a pack of pills, of like the monthly pills or the daily pills for like 1 month, I think is like 10 to 15 euros, which is pretty expensive. But granted, if you just go to your family medicine doctor, if you just go to a health center, they will literally give you that for free. You just have to go to the health center that you're registered at, for like the city that you're registered at. You just get it for free. Like, if you need it, and you don't have a doctor's appointment, you can literally just walk into the health center, say like, hey, I need birth control. They will walk you to the back, give you 2 packs of birth control, registered on your file, and you can walk out. Like, in and out in 10 minutes. Like, and I'm not even joking. Like, the healthcare service here is both really good and really bad at the same time. Like, if you need things like birth control and like stuff like that, it's just like, have at it. Here's all the gold. If you need things like surgery, though, that can take 9 months. You could have a baby in the time that you're waiting for having surgery. So yeah. It's not free here at all. Well, then here I am paying. Well, there is a simple solution for that, Bella. Come to Portugal. We got free birth control. It's hard to compare stuff like this because there's so many nuances on different parts as well. Yeah, no, like basically if you go through the public health system, you can get birth control for free here. If you go to not the public health system, you pay, of course, because it's the private sector. But if you go to the public health system, it's like you can get your birth control pills, you can get your implants, you can get your IUDs, that's all free. You just pay for the doctor's appointment, which is like €5. Like, not even joking. The doctor's appointment is €5. So it's like the only, because like I've heard people spending like 200-300 euros for like the thing I have in my arm that I got put in for free. So I'm just like, I feel sorry for you. Like, this literally like helped my health so much, but I feel sorry that you'd have to pay that much. €5 for the doctor, yeah, not here. No, not for like a specialist, for like a family, the family medicine doctor, basically. You pay €5 for the appointment. What you have is around 140. It's so much. Like, yes, I would totally still, like, considering this is like the solution for my health, I would totally still give up 140 euros every 3 years to like get this thing in my arm. But yeah, I don't have to because I just pay for the doctor. Yeah, Simple House Doctor is not €5 here either. Yeah, if you go to the private sector, your like family medicine doctor, like your generalist, is like €70. But if you go through the national healthcare system, it's like €5. And some people even complain about that because like when you pay your taxes, like our taxes are, I feel like, I'm pretty sure our taxes are like one of the like higher ones in Europe, I think. We pay 23% tax on everything, basically. And our taxes include a percentage that goes to the National Healthcare Center, which means if you're registered and you're paying taxes, you are allowed to use the National Healthcare Center, which means just certain things are cheaper or free. Either a like hold back thing after it gets paid back. Ah, like insurance. Yeah, like for example, like just to give you an idea how good and bad the National Healthcare Center, the National Healthcare here is. I had knee surgery a couple of years back because like I couldn't walk. I had fully ruptured my meniscus in the totally wrong way. I had knee surgery through the national health system, so through the public system. It took me 9 months of taking painkillers every single day and not being able to walk properly and just literally being on medical leave because I couldn't walk. I couldn't do anything. It took 9 months for me to get the surgery with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, like quite literally, to get me that surgery. The only thing I paid, I think I paid like 15 euros for it. 15. And that was just for the appointment to get out my stitches and change the dressing on and like the changing of the dressings of the operation spot. And I paid like 15 euros and that was it. Had I gone through the private system, to the private sector, I would have paid, I think, between 7,000 and 15,000 euros for the exact same surgery that I paid 15 euros for through the public health system. So there's that. Yeah, my last blood tests were, I think, like 50 odd euros. But that's because I needed to get a specific test, and that was like very expensive. That parameter alone was, I think, like 30 euros or something like that. But usually I pay around 10 euros for my blood, for like my general blood exams. Which I'd say is not bad. It's not bad. Oh, you get those every 3 months. Yeah, I just get my general one like every year just to confirm that I don't have anemia. Basically it's just to confirm that I'm not anemic. And I'm like deadly scared of needles. So what I do is I just combine all the needles into one time frame. Oh, for your thyroid. Yeah, you gotta, my mom has to do that too. It's annoying. My mom also has thyroid issues, and she has to do blood exams like every so often to like get the thing under control. It's annoying, but yeah. Yep. No, the thing is, I'm really panicked about needles. Like, I'm deadly afraid of needles. And it's not like I'm deadly afraid of the needle itself. It's like the needle getting closer to the skin. Like, once it's in there, it's in there. You know? If you're holding the needle, but just because you're holding the needle, it's fine. It's just the like dun 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 dun. So like, yeah. So that's the part that I'm like, I start getting a panic attack for. Like the actual deed of like sticking the needle in. Once it's in, it's in. But like the actual deed of sticking the needle in, that's the thing that gets me like, no, looking away doesn't help because I know that it's going to happen. So it doesn't matter if I look or I don't look because I know it's going to happen. Yeah, so like that's the problem. So what I've been doing since I got the implant is every 3 years, I am able to combine all the things. So I basically have like 1 week where I do everything. I change my implant, I get my pap smear done, and I do my blood exams. And then I am tuckered out for the rest of the year and I don't want anything to do with needles anymore. So yeah. Peeps talk to me and I barely notice if they just talk. It happened, but no. No, I get panic. I get really panic. I get really, really panic with needles. It's not good. No. It's like, it's... No. I ran out of water. I think it's time to go to bed. Until one needle. My tattoo says it all. Wow. Yeah, I haven't gotten a tattoo. Like I've had this idea for a tattoo for like 15 years now, and I haven't gotten it because I'm too scared of needles. And my friend is a tattoo artist, like apprentice, a tattoo artist apprentice. So yeah, not doing it. Even if it's small and would have like significant emotional meaning, I am too scared of needles to do it. So yeah. So I'm aware of my limitations. Speaking of limitations, guys, I'm going to sleep. I've been streaming for 4 hours somehow. I need sleep. I don't care if it's Saturday tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep until lunchtime anyway, so I'm gonna take a nice 12-hour nap. I can imagine getting a tattoo is a no-go when scared. No, absolutely not. Like, I don't mind watching shows where people give tattoos because, like, the needle moves so fast you don't even see it. But just the thought of it going on my skin is just like, no. No, thank you. Anyways, guys, thank you all so much for being here. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Stream was a lot longer than I expected for today. I thought we were gonna stick it to 3 hours. We have now gone to 4 hours. I don't know how these things happen, but here we are. Thankfully, tomorrow is Saturday, and I get to sleep in. So, with that said, kept you awake. It's weekend. It's the weekend. It's the weekend, dude. Relax. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go sleep until lunch tomorrow, which is actually today. Yeah, I'll see you guys back on Monday, 8:30 p.m. my time, which is 9:30 for most of Europe, should be 12:30 PST, and like 7:30 a.m. Australia Sydney time. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope the conversations were not too confusing and weird and just all over the place. I mean, what am I saying? They're always all over the place. Anyways, guys, I hope you had a good time here. I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night.